Okay, I've got the thumbs up. Everyone is seated. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, welcome to the Commonwealth Trade and Investment Summit 2025. And what an interesting year it's turning out to be, for reasons we're all aware of and no doubt we'll get into throughout the course of the next 2 days. As always, we have an excellent roster of sessions and speakers to guide you throughout the day. One piece of housekeeping, no news to any of you in the room. Please put these to silent. If a absolutely must-take call comes through, you can always leave the room. Otherwise, let's try to keep disruptions to an absolute minimum. Anyway, without further ado, it's my pleasure to hand you over to Lord Marland of Odstock, the Chairman of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, to get the day started in earnest. Lord Marland.
Thank you, Lanray. Thank you. Thank you. No, more. Come on, more. That's it. Yes. Actually, you should be clapping yourselves for being here. It's amazing to see so many faces, so many old friends. We could have sold this event, not that we've charged for it, 3 times over, by the way. So it's great to see you all, and it just shows the huge enthusiasm there is for our organisation. Now, we've got a number of stars that I want to mention very early on, of course, amongst an entire room of stars this is. But I want to thank the Lord Mayor, who's been nothing but a huge supporter of us. As you know, he sponsors our annual dinner here in the Mansion House. And Alistair, you've been nothing but a huge supporter of ours, even when you weren't Lord Mayor. So I really want to thank you very much for the warm hospitality of you and your team. Now, new Secretary General, she is here. She is with us, her first outing. Shirley, so wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for coming. And how important are the next however many years you've got in this job, but hopefully 8 at least, it is for... No, you're shaking your head. You don't want it. But seriously, we want you there for this length of time. But welcome, and we're so thrilled that you come, as I think this is your first major speech, so that's really wonderful for us and the Commonwealth. Ministers and governors and premiers, look at you all. You're absolutely brilliant for flying all this way to add lustre to an otherwise dull occasion. But you are really terrific for making the effort. And particularly, I want to reference our great friends from Cameroon, who not only are part sponsors of this event, but come in their force with their humour and their politeness and their immaculate dress and just their general friendship to us. So I want to thank you guys and girls very much for everything you've done. Please, a round of applause for them. They deserve it. Now, today and tomorrow are very special days for 2 of our real heroes of the Commonwealth Enterprise Investment team, and that is James Mwangi, who on Wednesday joins my Deputy Chairman as a freedom of the City of London, which has been granted by the Lord Mayor of London. And James, as you know, is not only Chairman of Equity Bank, but he's Chairman of CWEIC in Kenya, and we're incredibly grateful and proud for him and his family that he is going to get this freedom, which allows him to drive sheep over the over London Bridge, which we look forward, all of us will help him do that if he decides to do it. But particular major hero is Jim Ovia, who today will get his freedom of the City of London, Chairman of Zenith Bank, the main sponsors of this event, an absolute hero. And today, it's a wonderful celebration for not only him, but Zenith Bank, but the people of Nigeria, the recognition of his incredible achievements by the City of London. So, Alistair, thank you very much indeed for facilitating those 2 events. It just shows you, if you're a senior sponsor of CWEIC or you're a chairman of one of our, you could become a chairman of the City of London. So, you know, just a lot more money, please. What an opportunity today, by coincidence, gives us. We have free fall in the stock markets. We've got a total rearrangement of the tables of power and trade and business and relationships in the world, caused only in the last week. And we are now sitting in a room full of pan-international people who can seize this opportunity as a result of aggressive behavior by the biggest consumer market in the world, the United States. This, for the 56 Commonwealth countries, is a game changer of the highest order. It makes us all think, what do we do next? How do we cope with these incredible changes? And how do we rebuild our alliances? And it goes without saying, you're pushing on an open door, ministers, governments, business people, when you look at the Commonwealth. A third of the world's population, as you know, 56 countries, all speaking the same language, 20% cheaper to do business intra-Commonwealth. That negates a tariff. That's £10 for you, Hugo, because he's getting £10 for every time we mention tariffs. But that negates the T word. God, we don't want to give him 20 quid. That negates the T word in one fell swoop. 20% cheaper to do business within the Commonwealth. So that sets the scene for what I hope will be a fantastic couple of days. I know it'll be fantastic, I don't hope, because you're all here in the room. You're very experienced at making these events fantastic, and I'm so grateful to you all for sparing the time and making this event such a historic and interesting occasion. So without further ado, Alistair, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Very nice. Secretary General, Mr. President, Excellencies, my Lords, distinguished guests, it's a joy to see you here this morning. Thank you very much indeed for coming here to Mansion House. Mansion House is my official residence as the Lord Mayor of London. I am the 696th Lord Mayor of London. That's an office that dates back to 1189, so 836 years. And it's a wonderful, multifaceted role. It involves things like waking up on a Monday morning and finding 300 people in your house. But it's also well done to the CWEIC for choosing such an extraordinary moment for their conference. All sorts of things are happening, and goodness me, they could all be of great benefit to us here in the Commonwealth. It's my great privilege to lead the City of London Corporation, the governing body of the Square Mile, and during my term of office I serve as the global ambassador for the United Kingdom's financial, professional, maritime and legal services sector, a role that sees me travel about 100 days during the course of my term of office per year, and I visit many of the Commonwealth members during the course of that period. And in my first 150 days of this remarkable post, I've already met with superannuation funds in Brisbane, Melbourne and Sydney. I've met regulators, banks and investors in Mumbai, and just last week I was with pension funds and asset managers in Toronto. A reminder, if ever was needed, of the deep and varied patchwork of skills and expertise that exists across the Commonwealth nations. The City of London Corporation was proud to be a founding member of the Commonwealth Enterprise Investment Council over 10 years ago. And it's our great pleasure to host the summit here, right in the heart of the City of London this week. Also, what was just remarkable, having a conversation with the pension funds up in Canada, was just the opportunity that is being these dislocations in world trade it presents to us here in the United Kingdom, but also across the Commonwealth. They want to do business with people who are friendly with them, and goodness me, there's no greater friendship than with the United Kingdom and also with the Commonwealth countries. Conflict tests the resolve and durability of our international alliances, and I think with these turbulent supply chains and rapid development of emerging technologies, we are being forced to adapt with breakneck speed. Therefore, friendships along the lines of the Commonwealth are even more important. And at this time of economic uncertainty, no one can stand alone, and therefore to have this extraordinary relationship of 56 sovereign nations, large and small, old and new, to respond collectively and proactively to meet these extraordinary challenges, life is made much easier because of our relationships. We are united in this rich history, our shared values, our familial, legal and administrative systems. and of course our common language. And the Commonwealth not only is well placed to rise to these extraordinary challenges, but has a unique convening power and considerable global clout. As Jonathan has just mentioned, the Commonwealth, we account for a third of the world's population, 2.7 billion people. 60% are under the age of 30. And with 40% of the global workforce and over 1 billion middle-class consumers, our Commonwealth outranks the buying power of the European Union, China, and indeed, importantly to remember, the United States. You will know about here, during the course of the day today, about the Commonwealth advantage, and it will be referenced a lot over the next couple of days or so. And as mentioned, it gives us a 21% advantage when it comes to the costs of doing business, and I think that's something not to be sneezed at. For over 1,000 years, partnerships have been built on trade. It drives growth, nurtures jobs, and lifts people out of poverty in the most remarkably efficient manner. And this generation who lived through the Second World War will understand it remains the surest way to protect peace. Our family of nations with different strengths and in different industries have so much to learn, share and trade with one another. And here in the City of London, for example, we are the #1 financial centre in the world with preeminent expertise in areas like insurance, legal services and foreign exchange. What I've been saying to my friends abroad has been very simple in the sense that I've said to the world, look, if you want to insure against catastrophe, do it in London. If you want to raise debt or raise equity, do it in London. If you want to fall out with your partners, sue them in London. It's a very, very simple equation. Therefore, if you're in Guyana or in Fiji, there's remarkable opportunities to do more business with this extraordinary organisation as our interlocutor. And as Lord Mayor, one of my key aims is to encourage businesses here in the United Kingdom to jump on planes, to bang on doors around the world, particularly in the extraordinary, exciting economies that make up our Commonwealth. And I'm just really, what I'm trying to do, going round the City of London, to our insurance companies, to our banks, to the law firms, to also the people involved in international trade, banging on their doors and saying, get out there, jump on a plane next week, go and see the remarkable opportunities that are available to you. You cannot build a global business by sitting at home and trying to do things through a Zoom call. It can help, but it cannot build those remarkable relationships that we need. And so therefore, we've got to get out and go to the extraordinary places that are represented by this extraordinary event. I hope over the next 2 days, the summit will serve as a useful stepping stone for the next Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Antigua and Barbuda, with its focus on international trade and economic innovation. And also I do hope that it will allow us all to build some remarkable relationships across our 56 Commonwealth states, and hope to ensure a safer, more prosperous and sustainable future. I really hope, though, that I'm always in awe of what Jonathan does in relation to the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. I think it is a remarkable organisation, and it's always these events are pulled together by his extraordinary team, but also with Jonathan and Hugo's incredible panache and joie de vivre, and I just think that makes life so much easier and allows us all to build relationships so much better. I do hope the next 2 days go extremely well. I look forward to seeing you during the course of this stay, and I do hope you'll enjoy your stay here at the Mansion House. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Alistair. Oh, God, what's happened here? Right. Now, we're going to have a very interesting panel session, which I am going to chair, if I can get this microphone sorted out. We are very lucky to have the Chief Executive of Lloyds here. John, Neil, would you like to come up and take a pew? We're also very happy to have our friends from Qatar. Sheikha, will you come up and take a chair, please? We've got the Minister of Trade and Industry from Nigeria, Jumoke Odewole. Here she is. This is a star-studded panel, it really is. And Lee Kanyuri, where are you? Here you are. There you are. I can see you sitting at the front. Sorry, Lee. come on up and take a chair. Actually, I'll have a chair as well. So Lee, you come and sit here. Can I persuade you to move over there? Thank you very much. Now, I've got a whole list of questions here, but actually I'm going to throw them out the window because I want to hear, first of all, John, starting with you, how these, no, he's standing listening. So Hugo, come and sit down over here because I don't like you standing and listening. How is the T word going to affect the global insurance market? And therefore, and Lloyd's and all those sort of things?
Well, sadly, it's not new. So if you imagine Lloyd's, for insurance business, we trade in over 200 countries around the world. Before the decisions in the US, there were 54 countries that imposed tariffs or restrictions or cross-border complications to trade. So in a funny sort of way, it's kind of not new. It's slightly frustrating that it's gone to the level it's gone at, but it's not new news for us. So it's something that we're quite used to working our way around and finding different solutions to try and get it right. So I'm sorry to say the concept of tariffs, and I just owe someone 10 quid, is not new.
And what about the state of Qatar? Good friends with, obviously, America, good friends with here. I'm not sure what a tariff he imposed on you. I should
10%, it's the
10%.
lowest, but I mean, most of our exports are in the LNG and the oil industry, so that's buffered in a sense, so we're good.
So you're relaxed and quite comfortable.
Yes, but I mean, global markets affect as well.
Yeah, because you've got investments all over the world.
Correct.
Yeah. And what about?
Well, I think like Qatar, good morning, everybody. Nigeria has 14%, but most of our exports to the US is on the oil and gas, and so that's covered by AGOA. We'll see what happens with AGOA when negotiations come up, and indeed, if it inures to that time. But we're more concerned with supporting our non-oil exports, particularly our small and medium-sized enterprises, and we're encouraging them to look at other markets, particularly African Continental Free Trade Area. Currently, Nigerian exports go to over 250 countries around the world, and so supporting them with market access and encouraging more global trade, I think that's the direction that we are pursuing.
Do you think you'll be creating closer, have you identified countries where you could immediately make closer and more direct compensatory relationships?
Oh, certainly. So we're not reacting, we're responding. And this response has started since the inception of this current administration of President Tinubu. So the diversification drive, we've been looking at old friends. We've also been pursuing new friends. So we have new friends in the Middle East. We have new friends like Qatar. We have relationships with Brazil, with India, with China. We also have very strong strategic relationships with the US. So it's trade. No permanent enemies, no permanent friends. Just trade.
And what about your great country of Kenya?
Thank you very much. First, I'm glad to be here and to be part of this important forum. Kenya got the lowest band of 10%. We are at the lowest, but also appreciate that the impact of some of these tariffs goes beyond just the two countries, the one imposing and the country, like in the case of Kenya, because global trade is interconnected, and investments also is driven by confidence across the global markets. So we anticipate that there will be a serious impact across all sectors. And I think the fears of recession becomes a very clear challenge, especially for third world countries. It is also important to note that as we look at Africa in the days to come, I think the issues of raw materials coming from the continent would also need to be looked at clearly, because as countries seek to industrialize, Africa holds the key because of the important rare earth minerals that are found in this region. So I think it's the race for countries to industrialize, including the big nations come, then Africa also needs to position itself in view of the new trade dynamics that are coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. How much of your trade is with America?
It's about the fourth biggest, mainly in the area of textiles. Much more could be done, but I think as a country we want to diversify and have more players into the market so that whenever you have one challenge such as we have today in tariffs, then the impact in the economy is minimized.
So what is the tariff he's imposed upon textiles?
10%.
10%, so it's not too bad.
Not too bad.
It'll hit some of the other textile manufacturing companies more. I've been advocating a Commonwealth trade agreement for quite a while now. By that, I have suggested that like-minded countries who want to create a free trade agreement within the Commonwealth could do that, and that countries, when they feel ready that they want to join it, can do it at their own speed. I think this may well get some more traction, and I'm looking at the Secretary General as we're at one on this. The African Free Trade Agreement has been an incredibly quick and successful agreement, not least because Shirley's involvement in Ghana, and it is headquartered in Ghana. What have been the benefits to Nigeria on that?
So the African Continental Free Trade Area, the biggest free trade area in the world, 1.3 billion people. The African market is $3.4 trillion economy. I think that pushing out non-oil exports has been of particularly advantage to small and medium-sized enterprises. So formalizing informal trade channels across the continent, value chains as well. So trade facilitation, working with the customs areas across the continent has made sure that the unique things about the continent and the unique things about the agreement, so for instance, it focuses on women and youth. So that has been very good to facilitate trade across borders in that area. And Africa is also the first region to have a digital framework, digital trade protocol and 8 annexes that have been endorsed by the heads of state. Other regions across the world are still trying to tidy that up. So that's something that the Commonwealth can also look into. Digital trade, in fact, trade and services, the global economy is already about 50% trade and services. Most countries are leading with services. Nigeria's GDP is over 50% services. And so digital trade is where our youth are competitive, with a population of over 200 million people, 70% of which are youth. They lead with technology, so ICT, about 10% now of GDP. So those are, when you look for sustainability and to the future, and where we want to see security and prosperity and sustainability, those are some of the areas where the AFCFTA leads, and it's doing particularly well for the Nigerian economy.
So it's been a great success. What about in Kenya?
Thank you. I think on the issue of the free trade area across Africa, I think there lies much of the answer to the challenges that we continue to have. And noting that Africa's population is largely young population, education in most of our countries has also brought about a huge number of young people who are tech savvy, ready to work, and therefore it means Africa now must be able to harness its position, take advantage of this young population, and also work really. And in Kenya in particular, we have also majored in the area of service. The fiber optic is almost to every village you can imagine, and therefore we are able to leverage on some of these technologies right up to the village, and that makes a very huge difference. On infrastructure, also there's need for connectivity within the continent so that goods and services can find their way across the continent. If you look at the current numbers at about 14% intra-Africa trade, then that simply means we have a big problem which we must overlook. So some of the solutions that we want to get must be from within the continent, and we must encourage our people to trade together, look for harmonized standards, look for ways and means of ensuring that if you want to raise capital, we also have institutions within Africa, including development banks like the Africa Development Bank, that can be able to finance infrastructure, especially in areas that are of trade facilitation in nature. And I think through some of these, including the trading blocks like the East African Community, COMESA, and all the others, we can be strengthened so that we can have better trading opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, Qatar are now investing quite heavily in the African region. Not least Rwanda, you're building a new international airport for them. Please describe to us some of the major investments you've got in Africa and how easy or difficult it is to do business there.
So first of all, we didn't say thank you for involving Qatar in the Commonwealth discussions. We're not a member, but Qatar is a global investor, is a trusted diplomatic partner, and it works bilaterally. It has strong bilateral relationships with a lot of the Commonwealth member states. And investments is one avenue that Qatar engages with those members, but also the development agenda is very important. And Qatar, as a small state, has worked very closely with other nation states to diversify its supply chains, to diversify its economy, to diversify its investments, and so on. So Africa is not the only region that Qatar invests in, but Qatar has a long-term vision when it comes to investments through our sovereign wealth fund, the Qatar Investment Authority. I cannot speak on their behalf. I don't know all their investments because they're not public, but we do work on a lot of development investments in Africa. Those include airports, those include a lot of factories and manufacturing investments as well that create jobs for the young populations in Africa, and this is more on the development agenda. There's the Education Above All Foundation, which is an indirect investment, mostly to develop talents, upskilling, reskilling, and to ensure that there's a ready workforce and reducing youth unemployment as well, which is an issue in most of African states, but also in the Arab world, which is one of the highest in the world. So that's that. But when it comes to investments, I mean, most of the sovereign wealth fund investors around the world, they're patient investments. So they invest in long-term returns, and most of them are in new sectors and economies. And Africa has a lot of opportunity when it comes to development and diversifying as well, and positioning itself as a leader, as a continent. So that's why Qatar is investing. But Somalia is a member state of the Commonwealth, and Qatar does a lot of development work as well when it comes to humanitarian aid and development.
John, from an insurance point of view, having been in the business myself quite a long time, and before you were born, I think, but I used to deal with Nikon, the Nigerian national insurance company. I used to deal with the national insurance companies of many African countries. That's now loosened a bit, but are you finding it, are brokers and underwriters finding it frustrating dealing in Africa from an insurance point of view, given that there isn't always the open access?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'll turn the conversation to where we're sat today, but it's where everyone's going. The world is so interconnected in every way. We've got to create solutions for freedom of trade. And I'll give you a silly example. You know, we were sat at Lloyd's and, you know, Russia thinks it's a smart idea to invade the Ukraine. Everyone's worried about the transportation of grain. It's not grain, it's fertilizer. 40% of the world's fertilizer comes out of either Russia or the Ukraine. So to ensure the world doesn't starve, you need to move the fertilizer. So it just shows you how interconnected it is. Turn the conversation around to where we're sat today and the 2 days we've got ahead of ourselves. We've got a huge advantage in the Commonwealth. Common language, common law, common institutional thinking. So I think the opportunity for us, where we haven't got the barriers, we haven't got the restrictions to encourage open trade, is massive. And I think it's just a bit of a reminder over the past few days of crystallizing that opportunity really, and just getting a little bit more focus outside of the obvious trading relationships that exist. You know, when you were asking the question earlier on about how much do you do with the US, 50% of the world's money, 50% of the world's money in finance moves from the US. Banking, investment banking, insurance. That's the scale. So we're always thinking about it. But it's a good opportunity in the next 2 days just to remind us where the world sits and where the opportunities and the responsibilities amongst the Commonwealth sit for us to do business. So I think it's fantastic that we're sat here having the conversations that we're having today and tomorrow.
Picking up on one of my favorite subjects, the youth of Africa. it's very easy to say, you know, we're moving them into digital areas and tech, but actually tech doesn't require the same manpower or woman power that many other industries do. So where do you see, I mean, Nigeria, this huge population now, what do you see happening to the youth in real terms?
I see them having productive jobs, so tech is an enabler. There's no way to brush it off. When you talk about outsourcing of businesses, other regions across the world need a lot cheaper outsourcing, so we're making ourselves an outsourced business hub. India has done it. Other regions have done it, and we have a good English-speaking population. They're entrepreneurial, young, on a good time zone. So that's one of the areas they can earn foreign exchange and stay home. They don't need to leave home. When you talk about entrepreneurship, I struggle to find a population more entrepreneurial than Nigerians. Nigerian youth are extremely dynamic. So they participate in light manufacturing, they participate in all sorts of services, agribusiness, very agrarian population. So I spoke about tech as one example because it's a leapfrogger and it has less of an infrastructure footprint, but by no means is it the only area in which we're focusing on for creating productive jobs for Nigerian youth. So there's an array of several types of job opportunities, vocational skills, apart from digital footprints, agribusiness, light manufacturing. There's just several opportunities because we do have to keep solving our youth and employment challenge. And we don't just want to give them any jobs, we want to give them productive jobs with good wages and keep them. It speaks to insecurity, it speaks to shared prosperity, it speaks to sustainability. Education is also key for that, healthcare. So it's the entire ecosystem, and our president is committed to an 8-point agenda that is going to deliver significantly for Nigerian youth.
What is the 8-point agenda for the benefit of people in this room?
It's right across from security, going to human capital, going to our energy. We need to have an infrastructure blueprint rolled out, speaking to diversification of the economy. For my portfolio, non-oil exports is key. I'm also an enabler for other ministries, departments, and agencies in terms of moving their manufacturing footprint, global chains, value chains, market access. So working very aggressively across the continent, Nigeria's digital trade champion, co-digital trade champion actually with Kenya and South Africa. What that means is not just for Nigeria, but for the continent at large. How do you have digital public infrastructure which enables the entire economy, not just Nigeria, but Africa.
Cross-border.
Exactly. So things like that. I'm working on national single window projects, working on just the enablers for goods and services to travel freely. So that's a whole gamut of the 8-point agenda.
And Nigeria is expected to have a bigger population than America, the United States of America, by 2030. So it's a huge potential market and a huge population to deal with. What about in Kenya?
Oh, thank you. I think much like the rest of Africa, the youth population is the biggest and still growing. And that means if the future of the world is with the youth, then the future is actually in Africa. This is where you have the hugest chunk of the population and also growing in that respect. However, there are certain things that we note with that particular group. Today, in much of our universities, the courses that are most popular with the young people are actually tech courses. So out of every 10, about 4 of them will be taking tech-related courses. So we see a huge transition to technology, which I think is very good for Africa, and therefore as governments, our greatest challenge is to provide the infrastructure so that the knowledge they acquire can now be used for nation building. At times when that knowledge is not matched with opportunities within the economy, then we have a big mismatch. And I think for Kenya, I want to confirm that we are among the few countries with the highest penetration of youth in ICT, and that's really a huge opportunity. It also provides opportunities in innovation, and I'm happy to note that Kenya is leading in the area of financial inclusion, mobile money transfer, and others. And I think much of this has also come because of participation of young people and allowing an environment that includes innovation, especially even at the school level. It has also allowed us to have an economy that is diversified, where through business processes that are outsourced, you can be able to have a small village in one part of the country working for a company in the US, in Europe, or any other part of the world, and therefore you enhance a 24-hour economy as really this. So in terms of employment, you now have a 24-hour clock. We also see another important aspect is that in terms of alignment to the economy, that the skills that we teach our young people and alignment to what is most important in the economy is an area that we also would want to work, because there are few engineers, for example, if compared to 10 years ago, yet we realize that if a country wants to industrialize, areas like engineering becomes very critical. And I think that's one of the areas we need to work on and ensure that there's also connectivity and understanding of how the youth can participate and get included in nation building. Thank you.
John, the tech revolution has been incredible. Many would say that Lloyd's and the insurance industry have been quite slow to respond to, I'm glad you're nodding your head, to the tech revolution. Why is that, and what was the sort of blockage to, presumably, the demands you were trying to put on people?
Yeah, I think it's, I think we would agree. We were a bit slower than most, but I think we're doing our level best to catch up. I think when we talk about the subjects that we're talking about, AI and Gen AI, it's the latest digital transformation we're seeing. It's dramatic. And I think it's important in the context of the societies that we're talking about. You know, when you think about the challenges for government, let alone anyone else at a digital level, you've got a population that's going to live longer. You've got personal taxation systems that are going to have to change. If people are going to have to work 10 or 15 years longer, which I think they probably are, then personal tax will have to change. Healthcare systems have got to change. So there is an awful lot of transition outside of climate, which I'm sure we'll end up talking about a little bit, that needs to happen. And technology should enable that. I don't think it's a threat. I don't think it's a threat to jobs. I think it's an opportunity to allow those major activities which governments and the private sector need to co-sponsor to change can actually happen. So I think a bit slow to get there, but I think we are getting there.
Why don't you think AI is a threat to jobs?
No. I don't think it is. You know, so you were saying, you know, older than me. I'm sad to say I'm a little bit old. There weren't any computers when I started work.
God,
so
that old, are you?
So, you know, the threat was computers are going to take jobs. They're not taking jobs away. They enable us to fulfill the expectations of society at a pace that is necessary. So I think AI is a big digital transformation. That's what it is. And we need it. We societally need it to support the growing economies in the world, to support the growing populations, and to support some of the infrastructure transitions and related transitions we must go through. So I think it's a huge opportunity.
And you and John and I should have a chat, and we'll explain to you what it was like working without computers. But
I was that generation as well.
You're kidding. I'll make the jokes if you don't mind. Tell us about the tech revolution in Qatar and the Middle East.
I mean, in 2016, Qatar went through an experience where it had to really change how it does business and how it deals with other countries. Then COVID came, and Qatar was able to finance that digitization across government entities. So everything in Qatar is quite advanced, to be honest. We recently launched our AI strategy as well, which is a $2.1 billion fund to invest in AI technologies. in the infrastructure in Qatar to attract global players, to utilize Qatar as a hub to export that know-how to other regional markets. And when it comes to technologies, the unique thing about technologies is that you don't need to be in every single country as foreign direct investment. You can operate out of one trusted partner. And that's what Qatar is trying to be. Qatar has always been a trusted partner when it comes to business. It follows English common law, which is a legal framework that a lot of Commonwealth member states operate with. It has a trusted business environment, a world-class legal, regulatory, tax, and business environment. It's one of the easiest countries to do business. It is a small market, yes, but the beauty about small markets is the ability for them to act as hubs to help companies propel to other regional markets. The infrastructure, the connectivity, the airports that connect to 180 direct destinations, the world-class education systems in Qatar, the access to human capital, are all basically unique to giving an environment that really attracts those technologies. So we've launched, with the UK, an AI commission with the FCDO to basically study or identify areas of collaboration that Qatar and the UK can work with. We're launching that report during the strategic dialogue at the end of the month. Next week, this is an open invitation. If you are working in the AI space, if you are a company in the UK and you want to understand what Qatar is offering, how we can understand as well what are the AI needs when it comes to companies and why would you move to other markets, please talk to us. We're represented here by several entities, the Commercial Attaché, the Free Zones Authority, which basically houses the infrastructure for AI in Doha, the data centers, and so on. Qatar is the second largest exporter of LNG, liquefied natural gas, in the world, so access to energy, which actually powers AI and the infrastructure required for it and computing power and so on, is available and cheap. And we already have countries that are utilizing our data centers in Doha. But not just that, we are looking to attract innovation to Qatar. And this is where working with some of the member states that are represented here is important, both from the private and public sector, because PPPs are important, and Qatar has a lot of projects around that.
Well, I think you'll be inundated if you're not careful.
It's okay. Put your hands up, the Qatari delegation.
Yes. Switching now to climate change, which is the other major thing that affects our generation. Kenya, of course, has moved very swiftly to be less reliant on fossil fuels. In fact, I think in 5 years' time, you'll be 100% self-sufficient on modern sustainable technology. Is that right?
Yeah, that is indeed correct.
And how have you got there?
Yeah. So I think it's good first to confirm that Kenya is among the leading nations in geothermal energy. And I think we pride ourselves both in Africa and globally as key players. And I think in our efforts to diversify that, we also plan to add more exploration in areas that were previously not there. And in the next 2 years, it will expand by over 50%. Most significantly is the enabling laws to ensure that all farms are climate smart. And I think this has gone on to ensure that regular audits are done and that reports are done to make sure that we align ourselves. In the area of agriculture, we are currently trying to work with companies, including here in the UK, so that part of the shipment of our produce, like in flowers and vegetables, is actually by sea, which actually is less carbon in terms of emissions. And I think this will go a long way in making sure that our produce is also aligned to the lower carbon emissions. Farms, especially agricultural farms in Kenya, are also required to do energy audits, and I think this also ensures that there's conformity and that at any one time a report is given so that even when you are buying a product from Kenya, especially in the agricultural sector, you can be able to confirm the carbon footprint of that particular company. And I think through that, we have made tremendous progress. On the area of solar, being in the tropics, I think is an area we are working very closely. and that has also presented a huge opportunity, especially to reduce dependency on thermal energies from generators and so on. And I think that also will help us in terms of making climate smart. One big challenge that still remains is on the issue of mitigation against climate change effects, especially due to flooding in certain sections of the country, arising to serious climate degradation that has often led to human interruptions in settlement and so on. And therefore, to that extent, the country has come up with a mitigation plan that also helps us to ensure that when the effects are negative, we have a way of mitigating against such effects. Thank you.
John, this is a subject quite close to your heart, isn't it? Climate change.
Yeah.
What are the steps that your organisation, and in fact, I think we can tell everyone that you're moving on from Lloyd's to an even bigger organisation, Aon, which has global outreach. I mean, what are the steps, what are the key issues for you in the insurance world? Obviously, I know we've got a great delegation from Cayman who are ducking their heads once a year when the windstorm comes through. But talk us through the issues.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible subject, isn't it? And we'll part wind for a moment. The frustration we would have in insurance, and we've got a better job, I think, to do in explaining how we can help, is flood and fire. We know when flood and fire is going to happen. We know where it's going to happen. So when you think about the complexity, there's a lot we can do to mitigate, manage, and actually insure when push comes to shove. And the numbers are startling. You know, if you grow up in insurance, you know, other than the King, who was somewhat ahead of us, you know, we were writing about climate change in the 80s and recognizing the complications that are there. In the last 20 years, the insured losses from climate change have doubled to 130 billion a year. We think in the next decade, it will double again. I mean, that's the extent of the cost that's there. And there are things that we can do, and I'll give you two very quick examples, one of which has actually been working with the International Red Cross of trying to get pre-accident disaster funding available. So the Red Cross have 20 million Swiss francs available. How do we get that money released? How do we release that money effectively? And it's worked. It worked in Nigeria, it worked in Algeria, worked for the typhoon in Vietnam. And dare I say it, last year in October, the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, we actually launched our Global Disaster Resilience Vehicle in partnership with the UN, starting with the Pacific. We want to expand it to the Caribbean, to Africa, and ultimately to Asia. How do we get the right partnership working where natural peril insurance can be enforced for the communities and for businesses that operate in those geographies? So the advantage, and I think we've got a job to do to better explain what we know, is we kind of do understand the climate-related risks. Wind is the hardest to understand, but the rest we do understand. And I think there are some partnerships that we can work through, particularly with government. So I should dangerously stick our hands up and say, if there are conversations to be had, we should have them.
Yeah. Of course, you two are both fossil fuel producing nations, and your economies are very heavily dependent upon them. How do you manage the need for climate change changes to the way that you do things with your fossil fuel economic reliance?
So I think everybody is well versed in Nigeria's call for climate justice. So that's the first thing, and we all know the arguments around that. But that being said, we're diversifying, we're developing clean energy expertise. We're leaders in natural gas, it's very natural gas, so we consider that a clean energy. But a lot of solar projects, less so with wind, but a lot of solar projects and alternative energy sources growing within the country. I look at it as an investment opportunity. It's time to diversify our energy mix. So it's one of the areas where we're calling for investment opportunities in the country. So that's the business case that I look at it from. And it's going quite well. It's one of the areas where investments are coming into the country. We have here two governors from two states, Lagos and Enugu from Nigeria, that you'll be hearing from. And you hear some of the investment opportunities and projects that are going on around the country. And so that's, I think, the way that the world should look at it and how we should go about addressing this challenge.
So for Qatar, we're a leader in LNG. It's the cleanest form of fossil fuel. The world needs that energy, so we continue to provide it. But we are also, we take the climate issue very seriously. We're one of the first signatories with the Paris Agreement. We've launched funds to basically solve the issue of green technologies and investing in them and finding solutions that would reduce carbon dioxide emissions for the LNG industry in Qatar. Qatar has one of the largest blue hydrogen plants in the world, launched before the World Cup. Qatar continues to invest in smaller island states that are affected by climate change through the Qatar Fund for Development.
Like which nations?
I don't remember them off of my mind, but, but you can check them out online.
Some of the smaller island states here, you can come and register.
And we already do it. I mean, when typhoons happen in the US and Asia, Qatar is one of the first countries that actually jumps in and tries to help through its development and humanitarian aid agenda as well. So yes, I mean, it's a tricky question. The world still requires that energy. We still don't have the capability to move fully towards green energies around the world. Less developed countries require cheaper forms of fossil fuel as well. And yeah, we continue to offer it. But it is the cleanest form, so we're good.
Well, it's the transition, isn't it?
It is.
And already, I think in the UK, Prime Minister Starmer is changing the rules for EV cars to ease the transition. We're very sorry Minister Reynolds is not with us today, but for obvious reasons he's fighting the good fight. He's Minister of, in the Department of Business and Trade, and as you can imagine, he's got his hands full, but he sadly had to cancel last minute. But how lucky we are to have had the four of you to answer these searching questions. And please feel free, all of you, to buttonhole them. They're around, and they've got a lot of great story to tell. And thank you so much, all four of you, for sparing the time this morning. Well done. Come on. Well done, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Lord Marland. Excellent way to get the day going. And we're going to continue on a high note with the keynote address of the morning. And it is my great pleasure and privilege to invite to the stage to deliver the keynote address His Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, who is the President of Zanzibar. Your Excellency.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by sharing a brief story from Zanzibar. Just 3 years ago, in a small fishing village on our coast, generations of families had relied on traditional fishing methods with declining catches and limited economic prospects. Today, that same village hosts a thriving seaweed farm, a small fish processing facility, and has integrated into a growing ecotourism network. Their story mirrors Zanzibar's vision, transforming our relationship with the ocean from simple extraction to sustainable prosperity. I share this because it embodies what brings us together today: the search for transformative opportunities within our shared Commonwealth family. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to our host, Lord Marland of Ostock, Chairman of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, for the excellent hospitality and organization at this Commonwealth Trade and Investment Summit 2025. The considerable turnout today is a true testament to our effort in keeping the links and relations between Commonwealth members alive and flourishing. I look forward to discussion and concrete solutions that I'm confident will emerge from this gathering. This is my first visit to the United Kingdom since I assumed the presidency of Zanzibar, and the degree of hospitality my delegation and I have received since our arrival reflects the long-standing excellent relations between Tanzania and the UK, as well as with the Commonwealth at large. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, one of the key resolutions that emerged from the CHOGM 2024 in Samoa was the need for all Commonwealth members to take concrete actions to address global challenges while simultaneously creating wealth, prosperity, and inclusive growth. The importance of our oceans, forests, and biodiversity, and the potential to increase intra-Commonwealth trade was particularly emphasized. These resolutions inspire me and provide assurance that our best collective days lie ahead. However, we must acknowledge that we stand at a crucial crossroads. In recent years, we have witnessed several challenges, and I would like to mention a few. A significant shift in global power dynamics and trade alliances, growing resource competition manifesting in trade protection measures, and labor market disruption caused by technological change and demographic shifts. The impact of these challenges fall heavily on our youth. With nearly 60% of the Commonwealth population under 30 years of age, representing over 1.5 billion young people, the urgency of addressing youth unemployment has never been greater. In Zanzibar alone, young people comprise over 35% of our population, with many seeking meaningful economic activities. However, within these challenges lie extraordinary opportunities, particularly when we leverage what I call the Commonwealth advantage, our unique community of diverse nations united by shared values and systems. The Commonwealth represents 1/3 of humanity, spans 6 continents, and includes economies at every stage of development. This diversity is our strength. Together, we account for over 20% of global trade, and our similarities in legal systems, language, and institutions reduce trade costs between Commonwealth countries by an estimated 19% compared to other trading partners. We must now transform these advantages into practical benefits for our citizens through 3 strategic action areas. 1, intensifying intra-Commonwealth trade. Currently at $700 billion annually, experts suggest this could reach $1 trillion by 2030 with targeted policies and investments. To achieve this, we should establish a Commonwealth Trade Facilitation Fund that addresses non-tariff barriers and streamlines customs procedures. We should also create a digital marketplace specifically for Commonwealth businesses to connect across borders, and also develop supply chain resilient initiatives that prioritizes Commonwealth sources for critical goods and services. Secondly, we have to leverage preferential trade arrangements such as the UK's Developing Countries Trading Scheme, which offers zero tariff access for thousands of products from Commonwealth developing nations. We must establish technical assistant teams to help exporters from smaller Commonwealth nations navigate certification and compliance requirements. We have to share best practice from countries that have successfully utilized these schemes, like Bangladesh garments industry, which has seen a 15% export increase through preferential access, and also develop Commonwealth-wide quality standards that streamline export certification while maintaining high standards. And thirdly, we have to create innovation hubs focused on digital skills and sustainable technologies that address our shared challenges. These should connect businesses and researchers across Commonwealth nations through both physical centers and virtual platforms. They should also provide specialized funding for innovations that address Commonwealth-specific challenges, particularly for small island developing states, and they should also offer technical skills training programs with mutual recognition of qualification across member states. Allow me to share Zanzibar's journey towards harnessing the blue economy potential. In 2020, we launched the Zanzibar Development Vision 2050, aiming to transform our island into an upper middle income economy by 2050, supported by our blue economy policy of 2022. This isn't merely an economic strategy, but a comprehensive approach to sustainable development that recognizes our unique island context. Currently, blue economy activities contribute approximately 42% of Zanzibar's GDP and employ around 43% of our workforce. Yet, we have only scratched the surface of possibilities. Our Blue Economy Implementation Strategy, introduced in October 2022, has aligned government, private sector, civil society, and communities towards coordinated action. Let me highlight a concrete example. In our marine protected area of Menai Bay, we have established a model that combines conservation with economic opportunity. Local communities now manage sustainable seaweed farms and operate ecotourism initiatives that increased household income by 35% while enhancing biodiversity. This model is being replicated across Zanzibar. Aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goal 14 and AU Agenda 2063, we are scaling up value addition in fisheries and aquaculture, expanding green maritime infrastructure, promoting ecotourism, and investing in coastal resilience, marine conservation, and renewable energy. The Commonwealth's support in facilitating access to blended finance mechanisms is critical to de-risking investment and attracting climate-resilient capital. Additionally, upgrading commercial and fishing ports will enhance Zanzibar's investment appeal and reduce business costs through improved logistics. The success of our blue economy and other initiatives depends critically on our youth. Young people are not just beneficiaries of our policies, but essential partners in implementation. In Zanzibar, we have established the Blue Economy Innovation Hub, where young entrepreneurs receive technical training, mentorship, and seed funding to develop ocean-based businesses. Since 2023, this program has supported over 300 youth-led enterprises with a 70% success rate. I believe the Commonwealth is uniquely positioned to scale such initiatives. I call upon all of us to work together to equip our young people with the technical skills necessary to thrive in the digital age and blue economy. This includes expanding Commonwealth scholarships, business mentoring networks, and digital skills programs. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we stand at this critical moment in our shared history, the path forward is clear. The challenges we face, climate vulnerability, youth unemployment, economic uncertainty, are not merely obstacles, but invitation to reimagine our future together. I extend a personal invitation to each one of you to visit Zanzibar and witness our blue economy transformation firsthand. Our doors are open to investors and partners interested in sustainable aquaculture, renewable marine energy, ecotourism, and port development. To conclude my remarks, I'd like to propose 3 concrete actions. First, let us establish a Commonwealth Blue Economy Network with dedicated funding and expertise to accelerate sustainable ocean-based development across our member states. Second, let us launch a Commonwealth Youth Skill Initiative that will equip 1 million young people with blue and green economy skills by 2030. And third, let us commit to increasing intra-Commonwealth trade by 50% within 5 years through targeted reduction of non-tariff barriers and increased investment in trade infrastructure. The Commonwealth has always been more than a collection of nations. We are a family bound by shared history, values, and aspirations. Our diversity is not a weakness, but our greatest strength. When the fishing communities in Zanzibar share knowledge with coastal villages in Fiji, when entrepreneurs in London partner with innovators in Lagos, when the challenges of small island states inform the policies of larger members, this is when the true power of our Commonwealth manifests. Let us leave London today not just with inspiring words, but with unshakable resolve to forge partnerships that will create prosperity for our people while safeguarding our planet for generations to come. Together, as a Commonwealth family, our collective potential is limitless and our shared future is ours to create. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, not least for gracing us with your presence and your first visit to the United Kingdom. So we're particularly honored. And for the very clear and strong message, the world is at a crossroads. There are plenty of challenges, but there are also opportunities. And of course, your very strong and clear call to action, words that I'm sure will resonate with everyone in this room today. We have one more speaker for the morning session, and I hope I don't get into trouble by saying we might have saved the best for last. No offense to Lord Marland. We have with us, as was already pointed out earlier today, the Honourable Shirley Ayoko Botchway, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. I've been told this is your first public speech as Secretary General of the Commonwealth, so we're particularly honoured to have the opportunity to listen to you this morning. Please, the stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. Lord Marland, Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is a privilege to join you here at the 2025 Commonwealth Trade and Investment Summit in the magnificent surroundings of Mansion House. And the fact that I have the honor of delivering my first external address as Secretary General here is no coincidence. I'm here because trade is a central priority for the Commonwealth under my leadership. I want trade and investment to be at the heart of the Commonwealth's renewal. And I want to work with each of you to maximize its value to our investors, our enterprises, and our citizens who live across the Commonwealth in order to build resilient economies. We meet at a moment of great disruption and uncertainty. The sweeping tariffs, I owe you £10, implemented last week, shook markets around the world. Some target Commonwealth countries directly. All of us are affected. This is very far from business as usual. And business as usual wasn't working for the Commonwealth. It underlines why Commonwealth cooperation on trade has never been more urgent or more valuable. Because in a time of fragmentation, we offer connection. Amid uncertainty, we offer trust. When others raise barriers, we build bridges. Today, trade among Commonwealth countries is 21% cheaper. We invest more in one another than ever before. We share legal systems, language, and long-standing relationships. This is our Commonwealth trade advantage. But it must become a Commonwealth trade opportunity for everyone. As Secretary General, my approach is clear. Trade must be inclusive, innovative, and investable. Inclusive by ensuring that all Commonwealth nations, especially small states, landlocked countries, and underrepresented businesses are part of our larger Commonwealth market. We collectively benefit from a market size for 2.7 billion people and position all our member countries and businesses to participate meaningfully in global markets. Innovative by embracing digital trade, harmonizing regulation, and supporting entrepreneurs, particularly women and young people, to drive the economy of tomorrow. Investable by strengthening partnerships, unlocking blended finance, and channeling capital to where it is needed most to bring the greatest impact to all of us. This is more than a vision. It is a work program which will become a central priority for the Commonwealth under my leadership. And I'm committed to working with all of you to unlock real progress. We will listen, we will innovate, we will collaborate, and together we will place trade, investment, and economic resilience at the heart of Commonwealth's agenda with one simple goal: to ensure that every Commonwealth citizen in every Commonwealth country, regardless of geography or GDP, can see the value of our cooperation in their daily lives. So today, at this milestone Trade and Investment Summit, I am firing the starting gun on the race to the next Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Antigua and Barbuda next year. It is a race that will run through the Commonwealth Business Summit, which will take place in Namibia this June. For the first time, ministers, CEOs, SMEs, and development institutions will sit side by side to develop real practical solutions. We intend to tackle trade barriers, strengthen digital inclusion, and support small businesses, and open investment opportunities in key sectors,
from infrastructure and agriculture to energy transition and e-commerce. That is how we bridge the gap between policy and action, and this is how we will deliver. So today's summit is a milestone, not a destination, because every Commonwealth citizen in every region deserves to see the impact of our cooperation in their lives. This is our moment. The Commonwealth today is a network of purpose and promise, a platform for progress, a home for ambition. And at a time when trust is low, when multilateralism is fraying, and when too many are left out, our Commonwealth stands in bold relief as the place to do global business. I can feel your energy, and I can sense your appetite. I share it. And the truth is this: no other organization combines what we do, the shared values, the global reach, the deep trust. So I say to you, the only barrier to success is the fear of thinking big. We can and we must turn our shared values into shared prosperity. I hope you can seize this moment together. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Madam Secretary General. What can I say except the race is on? Well and truly, I think. Well, I think we'll leave it there. That concludes the morning session. We now have a networking break, so get some coffee, tea, and do a bit of networking. Next plenary kicks off in here at 12 noon sharp. Thank you so much.
The pictures? Yeah, pictures. Oh, from here? Can send it to Ghana. From here, right? Okay, thank you so much.
I'm bringing more up, so give us a second and we'll need more in a minute.
Yeah, I'll bring some more if you need. because
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to be starting very shortly, so please do take your seats. I hate to interrupt the networking, but time waits for no one, as we all know. Okay, welcome to Plenary 1, where we're going to be talking about the all-important question of investment. More specifically, we're going to be looking at how to unlock investment into the Commonwealth's under-recognized growth markets. I will be asking our panelists to join us shortly, but before we do, we have an opening address from our key sponsor, Zenith Bank, who's going to help set the scene a little bit. And delivering that address is going to be Mr. Henry Oro, the Executive Director of Zenith Bank. Henry, please.
Thank you, Larry. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Excellent. No, sometimes we need to wake ourselves up. My name is Henry Oro. I am an Executive Director of Zenith Bank PLC. Today, my job is pretty simple, and that is to deliver the remarks for this plenary session on behalf of my group MD, CEO, Dame Dr. Adora Umyoji. So today, I'll be representing her on this plenary session. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this plenary session. This gathering is built on a shared values and a common vision to unlock the potentials of the Commonwealth emerging markets and shape the future of investment across our regions. As the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Zenith Bank, I am privileged to set the tone for this important and transformative session. This paper explores the investment landscape within the Commonwealth of Nations, a political association of about 56 member states with diverse economies and shared historical ties. This paper examines the key sectors of offering investment opportunities and evaluates the economic advantage of intra-Commonwealth trade and identifies the challenges investors face today among the Commonwealth members. This paper will conclude with some recommendations for enhancing investment flows within the Commonwealth. Now, the Commonwealth represents a unique transcontinental economic bloc comprising developed, emerging, and developing economies. Its collective GDP stood at approximately $13 trillion in 2024, with a population exceeding 2.5 billion people. And for me, this is a great market, 2.5 billion people with a GDP of about 13 trillion US dollars by 2024. As globalization and regional economic cooperation evolve, the Commonwealth's potential as a platform for investment and development warrants closer attention. Now, I'll briefly take us through an overview of the economy of the Commonwealth countries. The Commonwealth includes advanced economies such as the UK, Canada, and Australia, as well as emerging markets like India, South Africa, and Malaysia, and also includes developing nations across Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. Studies suggest that bilateral trade costs between Commonwealth members are 21% lower than between non-members, owing to shared legal systems, language, and institutional frameworks. This is a clear advantage that member countries are yet to fully optimize. Embracing their full potentials will enhance connectivity, deepen financial inclusion, and open new avenues for prosperity. The following are key investment opportunities within the Commonwealth. 1, infrastructure development. The Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and the Caribbean require significant infrastructure investments. There's a gap, there's a need in this market. Sectors like transportation, energy, power and energy, ICT, water, and sanitation lack sufficient investment in member countries. So infrastructure is a key area of opportunity among the Commonwealth nations. Another area of opportunity is renewable energy. And high potentials for renewable energy abound in India, with the population of India and their level in development. The requirement for renewable energy abound a lot. It also abounds in Kenya, Nigeria, of course. Nigeria is easily the biggest economy, arguably, in Africa. And there's a lot of opportunity for renewable energy. Ethiopia, another large economy in Africa, and lots of other African countries, as well as countries in the Pacific Island. Investments in solar, wind, and hydro offer substantial returns and support climate goals. Another investment opportunity area is agriculture and agro-processing. Agriculture remains critical and central in countries like Uganda, Bangladesh, and Guyana. Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana are well known for cocoa exports, while Nigeria has a diversity of agro-commodities. The growing demand for food security and agro-value chains presents long-term prospects, and export beneficiation will generate even greater value for members. And the point here is that from Africa and most of the emerging countries, export is basically about raw materials, all right? And there's a lot of gap for investment to generate export beneficiation, value-added exports. And that gap remains unexplored. And that's an opportunity area for member countries of the Commonwealth to look at. Now, the digital economy and fintech is another area for investment. There's a huge gap here. There has been a rapid digitalization in Africa and South Asia. Investment in mobile banking, e-commerce, and digital services is increasing with the rapid embrace of financial inclusion. Another area for us to look at carefully as an opportunity area for investment is tourism and hospitality. The Commonwealth countries like Mauritius, Jamaica, and Sri Lanka are tourism dependent. Not to mention countries like Gambia, Kenya, and lots of others around Africa and around the Commonwealth that depend on tourism. So that's an area for investment. Post-COVID recovery presents opportunities for investment in sustainable tourism. Now, what are the challenges of doing business around the Commonwealth members? Doing business within the Commonwealth presents the following challenges. And I believe that the panel today will probably do more justice to the challenges we're looking at, because the essence of this forum is to look at the challenges, the opportunities, and how we can overcome these challenges and improve investment among member nations. A key challenge for us is political and regulatory risks. And here we're talking about unstable governance and policy inconsistencies in some member states. What investors need is consistency, whether in the parameters, in government, in policies. We need consistencies in policy. But we see a lot of policy somersault around these parts of the world. And for investment growth, that's a significant challenge. As I said earlier, infrastructure deficit remains very high. We have poor logistics and inadequate energy sources that deter investors, especially in the least developed member states. So energy remains very key, and logistics, transportation, movement of goods from the hinterland to the there's still a lot of room for improvement, which means there's a lot of room for very profitable investment in those areas. Now, limited access to finance. We cannot complete this talk without discussing finance. Many small businesses and entrepreneurs lack the capital needed to scale. So finance is a key success factor. But in Africa, we have very huge banks, very well-capitalized banks, and in recent times, we have seen member countries scale up their capital base to support business around the continent and around members of the Commonwealth of Nations. But it's not good enough. I think, Larry, you made a point earlier that it's not just a problem of capital. It's more like a problem of proper allocation and efficient allocation of that capital among member states. A Zenith Bank, for instance, is a easily $20 billion asset. It's easily a $3 billion capital, Tier 1 capital bank outside, operating from Nigeria, with branches around the globe. Capital is there. And what we have done as a bank to overcome this sort of challenge is to see how we can support the small and medium-scale enterprises. And today, as a bank, and indeed, my colleagues here from Africa, do similar projects to support the SMEs. SME scale-up is one of those major initiatives of the bank. Today, we also know that there are a lot of export coming from Africa. However, it's the primary exports. I talk about beneficiation of export. But in our own small way as a bank, we support exporters to see how they can scale up export processing. And for that reason, we do what we call the Zero to Hero program, where we identify young and upcoming businesses, mentor them, sponsor them, and grow them to become mega businesses. And we have very beautiful testimonies along those lines. So financial institutions in member countries will probably need to align and follow such patterns, because the problem is not much of the capital, is a problem of allocation of capital efficiently. So today, limited access to finance is still a problem, and I believe that by the time we are through with this program, we will have made some progress and come out with some strategies, ways and means to delete this as a challenge among member states. Now, trade barriers and bureaucracy. When we talk about trade barriers, a lot of us will immediately remember tariffs and the rest. But here I'm talking about non-tariff barriers. Despite the low trade costs among member states, non-tariff barriers contribute a lot as one of the challenges we are talking about here. And that is arising as a result of corruption that affects investment flows. There's corruption around, a lot of that around member states. So until we deal with the corruption, until we deal with the bureaucracy, until we improve the ease of doing business, because the ease of doing business index is still very poor around member states. We need to improve on those areas. Now, what are our policy recommendations for us to make progress? The following policy recommendations will improve business growth within the Commonwealth. One, we must strengthen intra-Commonwealth investment agreements. We need to talk to ourselves a little more. Member states, let's see what we have. Today, we discuss around Africa, we talk about the EFCTA, African Continental Free Trade Area, where members are beginning to look at ourselves, and let goods flow within Africa. We're financing ourselves. Payment for goods within Africa is made within Africa without having to go to the US or to London, that is going to the dollar economies. So the Commonwealth nations need to look a little bit about how we can talk to ourselves and strengthen our agreements to promote investment among member states. We need to also enhance investment facilitation mechanisms. All right? Like I said, the ease of doing business index is still very poor. We need to look at how we can check our processes, probably digitalize business registration systems, and make it easy for businesses to come to member states and do business. Then, very importantly, we need to promote public and private partnerships that will foster infrastructure developments and generate innovation through PPP. And of course, that will bring capital and infrastructural improvement among member states. Now, the banks and multinational financial institutions have a role to play in providing finance to support this growth. So in conclusion, investment in the Commonwealth holds promising opportunities due to its economic diversity, demographic potentials, and institutional commonalities. To fully harness these opportunities, governments and investors must work collaboratively to reduce risks and promote inclusive growth. The Commonwealth can serve as a model for sustainable and equitable economic partnerships in a changing global order. This summit is more than a forum for dialogue. It is a launchpad for action. Let us use this to amplify underrepresented voices, highlight impactful investments, and build a legacy of shared progress. As members of the Commonwealth, we have both the responsibility and the opportunity to shape the future. We are bound by common values and collective destiny. By drawing on our unique strengths, we can transform our shared vision into real outcomes, ensuring that the unshaped potential of our community becomes a driving force for exponential economic growth. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you to this plenary session for the Commonwealth Investment Summit 2025. And together, we will unlock the future. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Grab any of the seats. Okay. Down at the end. All right. Thank you very much, Henry, for helping set the scene. As we're up against the clock, as always, I'm just going to ask the fellow panelists to come up. I'll do quick intros then, and then we'll dive into the discussion. And you can give them a round of applause. All right, Henry, we've already met. Now also joining us on stage, to my immediate left, and I apologize in advance for pronunciation, I'll do my best, Natalie Gogwebo, partner at Open Capital Advisors. We have Damien Nussbaum, he's Executive Director for Innovation and Growth at the City of London. And we have Dami Sinanan, Executive Director of the Caribbean Export Development Agency. Thank you so much for joining us on what is a fundamental topic. Now, the way we're going to do this is we'll do a quick round of intros, 1 or 2 minutes each, just to give us a bit of context about your work and where you're coming from in terms of this topic. And an optional question I'm going to throw in there is, if you had to distill, if you had to pick one particular issue that you feel is the major constraint, and I'm going to insist that you pick one, be great to get your thoughts on that as well, and then we can delve into some of the deeper issues that we're going to be talking about. Henry, you're going to skip this round as you've already had the floor. But Natalie, your 2 minutes start now.
Ooh, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie. Like Landry said, I'm a partner at Open Capital. So what we do, we're an intermediary. So we sit between the supply and demand of capital, and we're trying to catalyze more private sector growth across sub-Saharan Africa by working with businesses to help them improve their operations, get investment-ready, raise capital, and investors that want to deploy capital in Africa. So in the last 15 years, we've helped mobilize almost $2 billion in capital for African businesses across a lot of sectors that Henry was talking about, so agriculture, renewable energy, water and sanitation, etc. So one issue, I would say, that's a tough one. I think if I have to pick one, I would say integration and collaboration, right? I was going to say access to capital, but Henry's right. I mean, there's money. There's money available if we can work better together around how we deploy that money, how we design instruments that are more fit for purpose and deploy it. I think there's a lot we can do with that.
All right, see, the benefit of having different takes on this is if everyone picks one, we'll have a nice list at the end.
Yeah.
Damien.
Thank you very much. Great to be with you. So the area that I work on at the City of London Corporation, I head the work that we do on financial and professional services. So that's all about how we can support all of those interchanges between UK financial services and global countries, companies, in order to see win-win outcomes. And I think this is a great example and a great topic to be talking about today. I wanted actually to focus in on some work that we did with the UK government, or in order to influence the UK government, because I think there's something important here that we learned that from other countries and that may be of interest for others too. And that was the point that you made, Henry, about certainty and risk. And one of the things that investors into the UK were telling us, and this is about 2 years ago when we were doing a big piece of work ahead of our election, they said we need to have clarity of direction of where the government wants to take the country. We need to have an industrial strategy because no country can do everything. You have to make choices, and we need to know what those choices are so that we can come in behind them. If you just say invest in the country, we're going to lack confidence, and it's, the capital isn't lacking, it's the confidence that needs to be there. Having that kind of compelling, convincing industrial strategy allows investors to have a sense of the direction of travel. Not all of them will be keen on the choices being made, but the others will have a sense of, yeah, this is an area that I'm confident in playing in. So you need direction of travel and excellence of execution.
Thank you, Damien. And Dami.
Thank you so much. It's certainly a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank the Commonwealth for inviting Caribbean Export Development Agency to be here and to be part of this panel. So my organization, Caribbean Export Development Agency, we are the regional trade and investment promotion agency for the Caribbean region. We represent 15 countries, most of which are small island developing states. And when we speak about the Caribbean, we're talking, just like our colleagues in Africa, we're talking about a wide variety of economies. Economies as small as Dominica with 50,000 people to as large as Jamaica with 4 million people. And we are all separated by seas. So as you can imagine, there are a number of challenges in terms of attracting investment. The Caribbean is one of the most vulnerable regions in the world. We are vulnerable to climate change. We are vulnerable to external shocks. We will be vulnerable to the T word. I don't want to pay the £10, so I will say the T word. So we have to put our strategies in place so that we can be resilient in the face of all these global challenges. In terms of attracting investment to the region, I was very glad that this panel is called Underdeveloped but High Potential Markets, because I see the Caribbean as a high potential market. We have a number of competitive advantages that we can attract investment, profitable investments from across the world. The issue, and I'll stick to my one issue, I think is in terms of de-risking and scalability. So I'll combine those two. We have, because we're small countries and small island states, our project and ticket size tend to be very small. We have to figure out a way to up that so that we can attract the high impact investors. And we have to figure out a way to de-risk investments. Unfortunately, with the vulnerabilities that we face, investor confidence in the region may tend to be a bit muted. How can we promote the region as a destination for these types of investment by mitigating the risks that investors would face? So I'll stop there, and I'll be happy to take the discussions further.
All right, thank you so much. So we've identified a few issues here already. Henry, you touched on things like infrastructure deficit, which is kind of self-explanatory in terms of how that holds back investment. The need for clarity, sort of a clear plan of action rather than just a general statement on investing. Cooperation and integration. Just as a quick qualifier, when you say integration, are you talking there, do you mean the Commonwealth as a whole, or do you mean Africa specifically? Because your focus is Africa.
Yeah, so I think it's both, right? So when we talk about the Africa trade and investment mechanism, I think there's a way to integrate there. But I think even beyond, it shouldn't just be Africa. I mean, across the Commonwealth, that also represents an opportunity for better trade.
And then Damie also had the issue of de-risking. Now, there's a lot to unpack here. Before we get into the nitty-gritty to the extent that we can in less than 60 minutes, we have to address the T word again, unfortunately. Now, it's come up a few times this morning, and in general, it's hard to argue with the sentiment that, look, this is an opportunity, right? The world is a big place. There's lots of potential trading partners out there, lots of potential investment opportunities out there. But I would like to just inject a little bit of realism along the lines of you cannot simply dismiss the United States. The CEO of Lloyd's made a very good, I think very important observation this morning, saying that 50% of all the money that flows around the global economy comes out of the United States. Now, it was difficult enough to get your hands on that money before recent events. I'm no economist, so maybe I'm missing something, but surely this is not going to make life any easier. Damie, you're shaking your head. I'd like to get your thoughts on this.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think, we all try to be optimistic and say, oh, it presents opportunities, but it's going to be a challenge. And it's going to be a challenge for small economies such as those in the Caribbean region. Most of our imports are from the United States. Most of our exports are to the United States. And with the blanket 10% tariff, I heard some discussions this morning where some people were saying, oh, it's only 10%. 10% is a lot for small island developing states. Our goods and services going to the US are already on the margin of uncompetitive because of the high cost associated in the region. This 10% is only going to make things more difficult. Now, I do take the point that, and we haven't even spoken about developmental aid, with USAID canceling all of their projects. Most of the aid that came into the region was from USAID. So it's going to be another challenge that the Caribbean region will face, but it's one that we will face head on. We are resilient. We've bounced back from COVID. We've bounced back from natural disasters. We've bounced back from global financial crises. This is just something that we're going to have to deal with. I mean, it's the way of the world. It is what it is. It's the challenges of being developing economies. We will continue to do what we need to do.
Yeah, I guess what comes out there is we kind of don't have a choice, right?
No, we don't.
We have to figure out how to navigate around this. And there, Damien, I'd like to get your thoughts on what the role of places like the City of London is in that. Now, we're you know, the framing of this conversation is the under-recognized Commonwealth markets, because not all Commonwealth markets exist in the same reality. You know, the UK and Canada and places like India certainly tick a lot more boxes when it comes to, you know, the investor checklist than, you know, countries in regions like Africa or the Caribbean. How does the City of London fit into this in terms of partnership and navigating this, shall we say, uncharted territory that we're in?
I think it's a very wise saying to focus on the things you can control and not to obsess about the things that you can't control. And I think the difficulty with looking at what's happening on the other side of the Atlantic is if we knew at this point that we'd got 10% tariffs across the piece and a lot higher for some, and that was going to be the new normal, people could begin to plan, people could think it would not be ideal for the world economy, far from it, but at least you can plan. I think the huge difficulty we've got is we are in such a fast-moving environment that the idea that people are going to be able to make big investments into certain places where the tariff could go up or down is hard. That means that for those of us in economies like the UK, I think it's even more important that we provide certainty, that we provide predictability. And I think there are some key areas where that is going to be something that our government is going to work very closely with the city on. Whether that's around the transition finance as a key area that I think is really up for grabs in the US, and how they are going to change their approach to transition finance is very interesting. Whereas I think here we've got a very clear approach to it. That's not going to change. We in the city are working with the government on a transition finance council with Alok Sharma chairing it, and one of our members is as the deputy chair. And the council is going to be focusing on how we can have the right kind of products and services that we're going to need globally in order to finance that, what is it, $8 trillion per year between now and 2030. So I think focusing in on what we can control and then trying to deal in the best way we can with the parts that we can't.
Do you think it's fair to say that the Commonwealth has become more relevant over the even in as short a time period as the last 7 days or so?
Hugely more relevant, yeah. I think that sense of we are a community, a family of nations that know each other and understand each other, and trust is going to be so much more important, and trust is at the heart of the Commonwealth.
Natalie, you mentioned earlier that over, was it 10, 15 years or so, you've been active, you've mobilized over $2 billion. First of all, well done. I'm sure that wasn't easy. Where's most of this money coming from? Is this locally sourced capital? Is this international investment? How reliant are you on the US in the work that you do?
Yeah, so it comes from both. So we work with a network of about 600 global and local investors. So that's your PE, your VCs, impact investors, high net worth, foundation, DFIs, etc. So for sure, the US and work with USA, DFC, and some of the US investors for sure. So there is clearly an impact to our work and to the various businesses that we support and help raise capital. So definitely something that, like Damien said, you focus on what you can control. There's certainly diversification, but clearly there is an impact.
What's your immediate response to the events of the last week? And, the tone has been set. I don't think that we're going to sort of return to some sort of, stable, ultra predictable predictable setup. You know, we're less than 3 months into this administration. What's your initial reaction to this, or your initial response of you know, how do we adapt as under-recognized, you know, emerging markets?
No, it's a new normal. It's a new era. And we need to focus on what we can control, and we need to adapt. So what we're doing, so one, you know, trying to get a sense of what that new reality is. So because there's a broader impact right beyond the U.S. So European countries have to also reshift the amount of capital that they're pushing on aid, because they need to reset their strategy on defense and those type of things. So we need to recognize that is beyond a U.S. problem, or reduction of U.S. funding towards emerging economies. So that's one. Two, I think it's also an opportunity. So in Africa, we've been talking about the need to mobilize more local capital, and it's something we've been talking about, and I think this, you know, probably light some fire beyond that, like how do we unlock, you know, all that money from pension funds and insurance that has been sitting to a certain extent, and push it more into the economy to finance SMEs and drive growth on the continent. So those are some of the things that we're looking at.
Which also brings us back in a way to your point around more cooperation and the need for more integration. Henry, your thoughts on how this new era that we're in, clearly, one way or the other, is going to change the landscape or impact the landscape. You know, you're, for by African standards, a big bank.
Sure.
You operate internationally. It's difficult at the best of times to get money into Africa. Do you think it's going to get harder now? How do you see, or what kind of responses do you think are going to be required?
I think the T word, in my opinion, is overflogged. It's overflogged. It's not as bad as it's been made to look. First and foremost, it's a reciprocal tax, all right? So if a country is important for you for trade, you could as well consider your own tariff on that country, say the US, all right? If you moderate your tax on US, because it is reciprocal, the US will moderate their tax on you. So there's some element of control there. But I'd like us to focus on the issues around, I think Nathaniel also spoke around that, on the areas we can control. Today, it's about building an efficient economy. If we're able to build an efficient economy for member states, our goods will become more competitive elsewhere. And who says you have to sell to the US? Who says you have to trade with the US? You can become autonomous as a nation. You can produce your goods, value-added production. You can sell to other nations around the Commonwealth if you are competitive. That's my take on that. We need to deal with infrastructure, and that's the problem we have. If we start focusing on areas we don't have control, we will lose it. Let's focus on the areas we have control, and that is building an economy that is efficient and that is competitive. And when our goods are good, the Japanese say that that people will beat a bush path to find a product that is viable and good. So that's what I think. I think the tea thing will normalize over time. But right now, how do we survive? We have to survive by improving ourselves, by ourselves. And it said earlier, the Commonwealth members, there is also a huge market, $13 trillion, 2024, 2.5 billion people. That's a huge population. So we can focus on ourselves and leave Mr. T out of this equation. And over time, things will find their level. Thank you.
One of the messages that is implicit in your comments seems to me is that, it's nothing personal in terms of these capital flows, which I think it's an important observation to make, that it's not that there's some sort of inherent bias against regions like Africa. But more often it's the case of, well, this is just the checklist. And if you are able to hit that checklist, you might actually be surprised by the response. A country like Rwanda, in some ways, is an interesting example of that. Now, I want to move on to one of the core topics that we have in our brief, which is enough of Mr. T for now. I'm sure we'll come back to him later, which is the role of technology in all of this. We are in a new era, not just in terms of geopolitics, not just in terms of trade relationships, but we are in a new era of technology as well, digital technology. We all know about the advancements in artificial intelligence, and that is going to revolutionize things one way or the other. You're the experts, so you have to help me out with this one. Where does technology, especially digital technology, fit into this picture in terms of facilitating more investment into under-recognized markets? Can it help the process? How so? Any thoughts? Open question to everyone. Damien?
Yeah, I can start. I mean, technology, as it's always been, AI is just another step in where we are. I heard the interesting discussion about computers to internet to AI. You have to adapt to the technologies that it's available. That's the way of the world. It's been going on for many, many years. So I don't subscribe to the fear of AI. To me, AI and blockchain and all of this is another step. In order for us to bet, it's going to play a major role in investments, because investments in technology are going to be absolutely necessary, and technology is going to facilitate investments. So it's a circle as far as I'm concerned. I'll speak on specifically the Caribbean. In the Caribbean region, we have to play catch up towards technology. Sometimes in underdeveloped markets, you are focused on problems that have already been solved. You're trying to catch up. And then you have to catch up to where the technology is going. That requires a cultural shift. It requires persons to embrace technology and not be afraid of it. So we're trying to promote very heavily, face these problems head on and don't hide and think they will go away and think they will have some law that will control AI. There's nothing that will control it. You have to adapt to it. There needs to be the financing to allow small and medium-sized enterprises and to allow small economies to adopt these technologies, because some of it is not cheap. We have to do that. And we have to have the policy environment that allows for the adoption of these type of technologies, to make it easier, to make the legal framework such that persons on the street who are impacted by these technologies can adapt to it. So those are my thoughts on technology.
How do you practically get that financing to the SMEs?
That's a very good question, and I've always said this. I'm going to say it at this forum. Sometimes the funding is available, but it doesn't reach the SMEs. It goes into, there are a lot of consultants in the room, so I don't want to insult anybody, but it goes into a lot of feasibility studies. It goes into a lot of prep work. While all of that is extremely important, we have to close that funding gap, and I think banks, I think governments, and I think investors can play that role in terms of investing in technologies, whether it's on an equity basis. I'm no financial expert by any means, but whether it be funding mechanisms that SMEs can establish, grant funding, equity, angel investments, low risk, low cost capital for SMEs.
Damien.
Thanks very much. Agree with all of that. And I think that the technology challenge has always been there, but it's speeded up. And I think that if we're looking at the next 5-year horizon, the potential for process change to be transformed, for skill set to need to have moved on by a decade, and actually the number of people who are working in some specific areas to be kind of brought right down is going to be huge, and that's going to be right around the world. So I think one of the things, let's start actually from a different end and come to the capital in a minute. The skill set is absolutely critical. Our ability, all of our ability to be able to shape our work rather than be shaped by AI is going to be right at the center of whether our country is successful, whether Commonwealth is successful, whether our companies are successful. And one of the things, just as an example, that we're working on at the moment, in the UK, and I suspect this is the pattern elsewhere, the number of women who are working in tech is very, very low, what sort of 20%. So we've got a program looking at women mid-career, and it's going to be many women mid-career who are going to find that their current roles are going to shift, change, or not be there. So we're looking at a program how you can reskill women mid-career to get into tech and have a different feel within the tech industry. But let's get right to the heart of capital and how that is going to work. I think one of the areas is going to be around blockchain, DLT, that could mean that we have much slicker processes, whether that's around trade, whether it's around tokenization. The way that we're able to buy and sell products is going to transform, and being able to get ahead of that right across Africa, Asia, it's going to give a big competitive advantage. So I think those are some of the areas that are going to see huge shifts over the next few years.
Yeah, maybe to...
Natalie and then Henry.
Yes, maybe to add to that on the capital side, right, for SMEs, because we see it every day. I think technology is a key enabler, I think, especially for emerging economies, because it allows SMEs to leapfrog and do their work in more innovative ways, in more efficient way. But to your point, they need support and they need capital and so many things to enable them to do that. And I think some of the things that we're seeing, you have new funds and new investment vehicles that are coming in with the tech focus to invest in some of those businesses, which is great. We need more of that. But we also need some catalytic funding and ways for those SMEs to be able to have access to the infrastructure and things that they need, right? So let me give you a case in point. So you have SMEs that are trying to provide low-cost internet, wireless, and whatnot solutions to healthcare companies, to schools, and to do all of the things that we're talking about, right? But that SME, well, it's the asset base is quite huge, right? To lay up the cables and all that infrastructure to provide those services. In developed economies, some of that is provided by the government. In emerging economies, the SME has to do all of that on their own. Who is financing that? Who is enabling them to do that, right? So those are some of the other pieces that need to come in, and to maybe public-private partnerships, right? It's not the funding directly to the company itself, but to provide that enabling environment and that infrastructure that the SME can now tap in to be able to provide some of the services they need to provide.
I think the AI issue is both a promise and a pain, the AI. I rather look at it from the promise side. AI has become very disruptive, obviously, especially generative AI. Today, the computers can do practically everything and probably do it better than a human. You have automation in medicine, using AI, in engineering, in banking, of course, it's all there. It's practically 50% of what we use today in our systems. You know, so AI will bring about efficiency, and I spoke around efficiency much earlier. All right, it will bring about efficiency. I think companies may have to do a lot of R&E research, right, to see how they can plug AI into their operations. If you don't embrace it today, you become very irrelevant very, very soon. That is inevitable. All right, so a lot of companies will have to do a lot of research. We talk about capital as a problem. I often disagree with that. All right, it's about setting out your plan and setting out the business viability plan. Once your plan is very, very clear, there are so many banks that are willing and able to finance these projects. And I can tell you that. So we are living in an information age. A lot of people need to look around who offers what. Applied information gives you knowledge. Applied knowledge gives you prosperity. There's a lot of ignorance there. And people just give up once they have a little bit of challenge around capital. Find that institution that funds that project. Find a Zenith Bank, for instance. If you come with your project and you show the project, whatever funding that is required to support the automation that is required for that project, you get it. And a host of Nigerian banks do that. So to speak to your question, AI has come to stay, and any business that ignore it will ignore it at its own peril, because that is the way to go.
Just quickly on the point you made that a lot of Nigerian banks are providing capital to local projects. Sure. I see. I knew there might be some divergent perspectives on there, but it goes to the point of the importance of local capital, which is one of your focal points as well, Natalie. Do you see us heading in the right direction there?
Henry, I agree, but also have to disagree. I mean, I do think that, yes, there has been efforts, and there has been different programs from commercial banks and others to support SMEs. But sitting on, in the middle, I have to say it's not enough, and so much more is needed. And the adequacy of the financial instruments, right? Thinking about, the audience in mind, the SME. So starting the design of those instruments with them in mind, I feel like it's still lacking, and we need to do more.
I think for me, the success of any initiative is the robustness of your feasibility. All right? And I can tell you that entrepreneurs here show that viable feasibility. A lot of people finance it, let alone banks. All right? Yeah. Like I said, I hate to, when businesses focus on areas they cannot control, rather than focus on things you can control to make things happen. Banks are there to support businesses to generate profit. Mm-hmm. And I can tell you, we do a lot of that. Mm-hmm. Today, we have close to 20-30% of our customers using one form of technology or the other. And some of these things are financed by us. And there are so many banks in Africa, in Nigeria, that do something similar. But the thing is, there's a lot of ignorance out there. Mm-hmm. And people don't know where to go to get what. So perhaps a lot of information, a lot of advocacy needs to be probably done by the banks as well, and of course by the government. How would you talk about AI when you don't have good internet coverage? Mm-hmm. And those infrastructure, the fiber, the network, is all part of the investment we're talking about. And a lot of that probably will have to be done by the government as well. And if forced back to poor infrastructure.
Maybe one thing, right? Because again, I agree with everything you've said. I just disagree on a few things. But I think one of the things you mentioned about the ignorance is also key, because we sit in that middle. That's what we're trying to do, close that gap. And I'll have to say, sometimes people are looking at bank to solve all the issues, and they can't. They're providing a very specific type of capital that fits specific needs of a business. Sometimes that need isn't fit, but it's not the bank, right? You need equity, or you need a blended finance mechanisms, and you need other things. So I think it's really important to recognize that point, let the bank play the role that they need to play. Yes, they can do more, right? But also look at the other sources of capital and type of capitals that SMEs need.
Yeah.
Demi.
No, I just wanted to jump into the conversation too as well, because, we have to devote a lot of efforts and resources into making businesses investable. Because at the end of the day, the capital is there, and we can have that bank debate back and forth, Lord knows we have. But at the end of the day, sometimes SMEs have to become investable. They have to put things in place to become investable, and they need that support. I mean, I've seen many businesses, profitable, wonderful businesses, but again, they're not investable, whether you put them in front of a bank or you put them in front of an angel investor. And I think investor and project packaging is something that needs to be focused on in under-recognized markets.
I guess the message is, if you want investment, be ready.
Be ready.
Investment, right? Which is not as self-evident as it might sound.
And maybe just to sort of lead on from that, whether that's investment into businesses or actually investment into infrastructure and projects. And one example of that, because I think we had this very strong sense of the importance of investable projects, and there was this constant, why are you not investing more? Why are your projects not more ready? And it just, bounces to and fro. Was to put together a project with the Indian government, so Commonwealth nation, about a year ago. And this was UK-India infrastructure bridge. And the idea is to look at some of the key projects that the government in India is wanting to drive forward, and to look at the aspects that will make it investable, looking at every aspect. So that could be from making it insurable, making sure that the sequence is working, and doing it in a really practical way. So we have a series of projects. We're going to be talking to the Indian government in the next kind of couple of weeks, but it's making it practical so that you can then see what works. And one of the things we want to do as part of this project is then to draw from that, what are the learnings that we could take elsewhere to have that conversation and make sure that some of the amazing specialisms that are within half a mile of this building are being used to ensure that we're seeing the investment flows that we all want to see.
Yeah, quick points, because we only have a few minutes left, and there's one last thing I quickly want to cover, but please, I don't want to jump in.
Yeah, no, I wanted to tie the 2 points, right? Because we say, let's get practical, and we need companies to be investment ready. So what does that mean, right? So when you say, you tell that business, be investment ready before you go to a bank, before you go to an investor. I mean, it's practically, from an SME perspective, what we tell them and what we work with them to do is like 6 key things, right? So one is you have to have strong business fundamentals. 2, looking at the financial management of the business, right? So 3, what's the track record, proof of concept that the business has? 4, looking at the leadership and governance, right, of that entity. 5, looking at things around regulation and tax compliance, and then 6, more increasingly, the impact. Social impact, ESG, and things like that the company has. And I think that framework is really important, and different investors, different advisors have structured it a bit differently, but at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Are you solving a real problem? Is there scalability? What's your value prop? How you position against competitors? Do you have a strong team? Do you have governance? Are you paying your taxes? From and regulatory, and what track record have you had, and what's that projection looking like? So just wanted to add that to bring it a bit more in terms of practical terms.
Right, we could go on. There's a lot more to this.
Yep.
It goes without saying. We have to wrap up. Now, we've been very responsible. And we focused on the difficult things, the hard things, the challenging things. I want to wrap up by talking about the opportunities briefly, right? And I just want to give everyone the opportunity, spend a minute or so talking about where do you see some of the biggest opportunities when it comes to under-recognized Commonwealth markets and emerging markets in regions like Africa or the Caribbean. Anyone want to go first, or should I pick? Yeah, Damie.
Yeah, I seem to be volunteering to go first all the time, so why not? So in the Caribbean region, I mentioned at the start that we have to focus on building resilience. And the 3 key sectors that I believe are absolutely necessary and present a tremendous amount of opportunity for investments are green economy transition. Energy costs are some of the highest in the world in the Caribbean region, and we are one of the most climate vulnerable, so that checks those 2 boxes. There's a lot of investment opportunities available in the region, wind, solar, and water as well. So green economy transition presents a huge opportunity for investments. Second one, we spoke about it, digitalization of business and digital technologies. Again, competitive advantages in the region and the impact that it can have on building resilience and economic development, I think it's a major source of opportunity. And the third one, sustainable agriculture. Caribbean imports over 90% of their food. We see supply chain disruptions all the time. For example, I live in Barbados. For a couple of weeks, we couldn't get milk. Over the Christmas, we couldn't get chicken. That's a reality that we face. To keep ourselves fed and to keep us sustainable, we have to invest in sustainable agriculture. And there are a number of agriculture technologies that are available. So those are the three that I would say present a tremendous opportunity for investment within the region. And not only in the Caribbean region, but developing and under-recognized markets across the Commonwealth as well.
Fantastic, thank you.
It's hard to go better than that, so I won't even try. But I think what...
That's why you should go first.
Why you go first. But I think that underpinning that and the great opportunity is to say, how do you make sure that as you're putting in the infrastructure, as you're thinking about the agriculture, as you're working on the digital piece, you're going to need to have the underpinning insurance. And the insurance is so key, the invisible piece that provides the safety net, but it's so key to ensure that you're seeing the capital flows, because without that underpinning insurance, and just take the issues around cyber, if a country's system completely goes down because of a cyber attack, you have to make sure that you've got the support and you can make sure that you're going to be able to repay all of those losses. So I think the insurance piece and being able to work in partnership across the Commonwealth, and particularly with some of the institutions here, I think you had them earlier in the day, is going to be a key underpinning for those opportunities.
For me, I would say from Africa, the area that I see as a viable opportunity anytime is an area of growing our infrastructure, right? Mm-hmm. It's infrastructure. The supply chain is poor because we don't have efficient transport systems, no rail systems, and there are no efficient shipping channels. For me, these are areas where investors can plug in quite easily. You can come under a concessioning system, all right? And in a few years, you can get your money back, all right? So infrastructure is key. Africa is largely an agrarian economy, all right? And I spoke around this earlier. There's still a huge opportunity for value-added exports out of Africa. We can create value out of the primary goods that we have, and that entrepreneur, that country, that investor that is able to plug into that quite easily, early, can make a whole lot of money from that continent. There's a whole lot of trade that goes on, a lot of import of finished goods. We can produce those goods locally and export to other countries. So for me, that's a huge opportunity. And the issue around infrastructure and the problems we are talking about today, I believe that we all have a role to play. The government itself, the banks, and even the businesses, we all have a role to play one way or the other. There's a lot of room for improvement, and we all need to raise our game to see how we can plug into the various opportunities around, apart from Africa, the Caribbeans, we have opportunities around the Commonwealth nations. So it's for us to, like I said earlier, go beyond this as a dialogue and see how we can take it to the next level and put capital on ground to develop the opportunities that we have.
So two things from me. One, a point I made earlier, and the second, a new point. So I think the local capital mobilization is a huge one for me, right? Because especially in the times that we're in, we need more money and deploy more capital if other sources are going to come down. So we need to be able to unlock more capital locally. So not just in terms of quantity, but even I think it's an opportunity because it allows us to design instruments that are more fit for purpose for the needs of the continent. So when we're talking about local currency investment vehicles, when we talk about vehicles that understand the local context, the local nuances, right? So unlocking local capital allows us to do that. So for me, I think that's a huge opportunity for the continent. And then second, I'll be remiss not to talk about gender being an opportunity for us. So Africa is the continent where more women than men choose to become entrepreneurs. But they remain micro, they remain nano, and there's just no way we can achieve our full potential if they don't achieve their full potential. So we need to support them and provide financing, provide, network and all those things that they need so that they can grow, create more jobs, solve all the problems we're talking about in terms of food security and things like that, because they're active in all those sectors. So for me, those are the two: local capital mobilization and supporting women entrepreneurs achieve their full potential.
There's no shortage of challenges out there, but I think it's a good note to end on the message around opportunity, which echoes the conversations that have taken place throughout the day. No one's saying it's going to be easy, certainly not, but the stage is set, and it's being set by Mr. T at the moment out of the White House. And let's not ever underestimate the power of not having a choice. Yeah. Because one way or the other, we're going to have to make this work, and there's absolutely no doubt that the opportunities are out there. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the panel for an excellent discussion. And I have very good news, it's lunchtime. We'll be back here 10 to 2 p.m. So have a good lunch. Thank you. to invite to the stage to give a special address the Honorable Elizabeth Ofozu-Adjare, Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry of the Republic of Ghana. Your Excellency, please.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We just had lunch. Good afternoon. Great. We have energy. It is an honor to be with you today, especially your presence, which underscores the confidence that you have in the Commonwealth. I bring you greetings from His Excellency Shirley Ayoko-Botchwey on her assumption of office as Secretary General of the Commonwealth. We are proud of her as the first Ghanaian to occupy this high office. You agree with me that today we've had the opportunity to listen to speakers and roundtable discussants on attracting strategic investment to especially Commonwealth state control over the opportunity, and that is to deepen bilateral trade and investment opportunity among ourselves. In view of this, I wish to reiterate my government's commitment to intensifying economic diplomacy that transition Ghana into a single, stable economy driven by vibrant export trade, industrialization, and foreign direct investment. For some of you, Africa is not a new terrain, but for others, you might be exploring the possibility of finalizing your investment decision, and I'm fully convinced that today's engagement will settle any doubts in your mind. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, according to the World Bank, Africa's GDP is expected to escalate to 4.1% in 2025 and 4.4% in 2026, mainly driven by economic reforms, declining inflation, and improved fiscal and debt positions. The growth rebound in Africa, according to the African Development Bank, will be propelled by effective implementation of policy measures and improvement in global economic conditions. The report further pointed out that, given these positive indicators, Africa will remain the second fastest growing region globally, with 40 countries, including Ghana, set to achieve higher growth rates relative to the 2023 outlook. The government of Ghana is committed to resetting the country with special emphasis on improving the business environment to respond to private sector needs and stimulate investment in strategic sectors of the economy. To further solidify investor confidence, we are poised to strengthening policy stability, transparency, and predictability, establishing long-term measures that will reduce risk for investors. This includes reform aimed at improving the ease of doing business, skill development, and enhancing labor market policies to respond to modern industries. In order to achieve this, government is set on implementing initiatives and programs that require functional partnership at three main levels: government to government, government to business, and business to business. These partnerships are essential to unlock the massive economic potential of Ghana and other Commonwealth countries driven by trade and investment. In this regard, we are implementing the following programs which require partnership and investment with Commonwealth countries and investors herein present. 1, Feed the Industry Program. It is designed to boost production of local raw materials under commercial contract farming to ensure consistent and sufficient supply of high-quality agricultural produce for industrial use, such as grains, oilseeds, tuber, meat, just to mention a few, and also pay attention to non-agricultural raw materials for heavy and light manufacturing industries. We also have the Rapid Industrialization for Job initiative. This program also aims to accelerate industrial growth by promoting value addition and value extension for both domestic consumption and for exports. The initiative will focus on establishing strategic industries and reviving defunct ones to create jobs, stimulate economic growth, and enhance Ghana's competitiveness on the global market. We also have the Accelerated Export Development Program. This also needs investment. A dedicated initiative designed to deliver Ghana's shared vision for rapid growth and transformation of non-traditional export sector by volume, value, and employment outcomes. These programs and initiatives are strategic and important because they place Ghana in a better position to be competitive globally as well as regionally, taking advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The following sectors also offer enormous investment opportunities for potential investors: manufacturing, agribusiness, renewable and green energy, textiles and garments, advanced machinery for industrialization, ICT sector, telecommunication infrastructure, tourism, and hospitality infrastructure. Let me also assure you that the Ghana High Commission, through the Trade and Investments section, will handhold you to navigate your way about in Ghana. On this note, I want to take this opportunity to welcome potential investors to come and explore Ghana, our unparalleled and competitive returns on investment, our ease of doing business, litigation-free lands, repatriation of profits, just to mention a few. Ghana is indeed ready to do business, and Ghana is ready to share with you our success story for our mutual benefit. You are therefore warmly invited to our great country situated in the middle of the world, where doing business is fun and returns on your investment is great. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We've heard from one of the key economies in West Africa, Ghana. We're now going to hear from the other key economy in West Africa, and the two are, of course, closely related, for better or for worse. To chair our next session, I would like to invite up to the stage moderator Nana Adjoa Hackman. He's a managing partner at Africa Legal Associates. Nana.
Thank you, Landry. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, including my own Honorable Minister for Trade from Ghana. Thank you for staying with us after that lunch break to listen to our brief but important fireside chat on advancing regional trade through the digital economy. To set the stage for our discussion, since January 2021, when the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area agreements began, much has been done by member states in terms of putting together the framework, the policies, the protocols needed, and also in terms of bringing down progressively the, well, 20, I think I'm going to incur £20 charge here, in terms of bringing, progressively reducing the tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade, and also financing the infrastructure that is needed for the dream of a single market of 1.4 billion plus people to become a reality. Bringing it all home to the Commonwealth, 21 out of the 56 Commonwealth countries come from Africa. And it stands to reason, therefore, that any increase in trade among African countries would mean an increase in trade among Commonwealth nations. So definitely we're discussing a CTIS, and I guess that's why we've heard a lot about AFCFTA already since this morning. Also, with 21 African countries benefiting from the Commonwealth advantage, we could say that the Commonwealth is itself an enabler of trade under the AFCFTA. In this session this afternoon, we're going to be talking about another equally important enabler of trade, and that is technology and the digital economy. Just last year, in January, I believe I think it was 9th of February of 2024, the AFCFTA, the AU member states adopted the AFCFTA protocol on digital trade. And it is expected that this would be a catalyst for enhanced trade and that the continent would definitely be transformed economically. Now, how exactly is this going to happen? And what would this mean for MSMEs and groups like women and youth that tend to be marginalized, but that form a significant proportion of trade, cross-border informal trade? It's said that about 70 to 80% of cross-border trade in Africa is done by women and youth. Recently, in February of 2025, the African Union endorsed Nigeria as the digital trade champion for the continent. And for that reason, it is an absolute pleasure and privilege for me to be joined on this fireside chat by the lady who is leading that charge for Nigeria and all of Africa. She's a distinguished jurist, academic, and policy reformer. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you all to help me to make welcome to the stage Nigeria's Minister for Industry, Trade, and Investment, Her Excellency Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, joining us on stage for the second time. Also on this panel is another powerhouse, one of South Africa's leading women entrepreneurs. She's very modest. She wouldn't like me to call her powerhouse, but she is. She's the co-founder and executive chairwoman of Women Investment Portfolio Holdings. Wiphold is a private equity firm. Through Wiphold, she has since 1994 facilitated the financial independence of countless women and been instrumental in creating opportunities for women in traditionally male-dominated sectors like mining, finance, and telecommunications. And ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Ms. Louisa Modikialo Mojela. So I'll just join them now in my seat for that discussion. Ladies, thank you for agreeing to do this with me. To start off, I'd like to ask you both, and if we'd start with Jumoke, how can, if you can share your thoughts on how the digital economy can, increase access to finance across the Commonwealth?
Across the Commonwealth. Well, let me start with the African Continental Free Trade Area. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back. And how we have seen that catalyzing access to finance across Africa. So many people, not all here, may know that Nigeria has been leading in financial services under the AFCFTA and just in general, with the technology space and with our banks. They've gone across Africa, both the traditional banks like Zenith Bank and also fintechs like Flutterwave. This has facilitated more people across the continent, more businesses, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, women and youth-led businesses to access capital, which was previously not the case. So financial inclusion, you heard my colleague from Kenya speaking about the importance of financial inclusion down to rural areas across the continent. We see that the use of technology has, will I say, decentralized the focus of only a few people having access to capital. So we've seen more businesses moving from the informal sector into the formal sector. So taking these learnings, the size of, in terms of people, maybe about 1 billion more people on the Commonwealth and on the African continent, and the combined GDP, about $13 trillion, I believe. This is a similar model that can be adopted, the use of technology to scale access to finance across all demographics in our countries, and making sure that there's a synergy in the services that we provide. For instance, the Afrexim has a payment settlement system that has, again, democratized the use of financial services across the continent. I can pay in Naira and my partner receives in Rand in South Africa. This takes away from the use of correspondence banks in London and New York. We keep that capital on the continent. And so those are some of the areas that have helped with the AFCFTA, and we continue to look forward to deepening that. And the last point I would make is that at Addis Ababa in February, I attended the Africa Club breakfast where financial institutions, development financial institutions on the continent, led by Afrexim Bank, AFDB, African Re, African Finance Corporation, have come together to pool funds to be able to deliver more capital, access to capital for Africans in Africa. These are some of the things that I think that the Commonwealth advantage can turn into a Commonwealth opportunity for us all. Thank you.
Interesting that you mentioned also the issue of payments, because recently Ghana and Nigeria also announced that they're piloting this scheme of interoperability for payment systems between Ghana and Nigeria, between the Ghana cedi and the Nigerian Naira. So these things are all happening. Louisa, I'll come to you. You, I could say, were way ahead of your time. You've been doing this thing for many years, even at a time when the digital economy was at its early stages. What would you say is the difference that this is going to make now for access to finance?
Thank you, Nana, and good afternoon, everyone. For me, I think the key thing is government, they make policies. And these policies, they must work for everyone. So when we talk digital economy, we must always also have at the back of our mind the rural women, the women out there in the village, because they are looking for the same thing that I'm looking for in Johannesburg whilst they are in the village. We have smartphones in the cities. An ordinary woman out there in the village does not have access to smartphone. We have broadband in the cities. The rural woman out there, broadband is limited. Because for you to be able to trade or pay your M-Pesa through your M-Pesa or any other payment that needs to be done through EFT, whatever, you need network. So when you don't have a network, that is a big barrier to you as a woman in the rural area. So yes, these policies are there and they need to be implemented so that they can work for all of us. They should not just be for people in the cities. The second thing that I would talk about is the difference between us when we started as WIPOL and many other countries is because the government of South Africa made it a policy for the empowerment, not only of black people, but of women, because we came from, they were addressing the imbalance of the previous era. So that makes a difference because now it becomes a government policy and it must be implemented. So our government, women continue to be left out in the mainstream economy. And really, we all need to take concerted effort to make sure that women are brought in the forefront, Minister. The Continental Africa Trade Agreement is there. Let's make sure that the policies that are made will also benefit women so that they do not continue to be left behind. I think that will be my few comments.
So a message there for our ministers in the room and all governments across the continent of Africa, deliberate action. Thank you so much for that. So, Jumoke, I'd like to come back to you, and congratulations again on Nigeria being endorsed as AU Digital Trade Champion. What I want you to share with us is how is Nigeria's leadership positioning itself to help Africa through this digital economic transformation, and what can other Commonwealth nations learn from Nigeria's experience?
Okay, thanks, Nana. So the Digital Trade Championship, co-championship actually, South Africa and Kenya are also digital trade champions under the AFCFTA. Nigeria, our president indicated actually at the BIC Commission in Cape Town at South Africa in December, his willingness to lead on the digital trade agenda for the African continent. And this is because, as I said earlier, it's where Nigeria is very competitive. There are about 12 unicorns on the continent. About 50% of those are in Nigeria. And it's just where our young people have a competitive advantage. And so we prioritize the ICT and the digital trade agenda. So as digital trade champions, it's not for Nigeria alone. We made the point at Davos, we went with a very targeted agenda. Africa is the only region in the world that has completed its digital trade framework, the protocol and the annexes. And because the AFCFTA on its own is a unique agreement, is the first agreement that focuses on women, on youth-led businesses, on MSMEs. So in that vein, it's an agreement that's custom, it's purpose-built for the African continent. So with Digital Trade Championship, what this means is that we focus on transactions, on drawing investment to the continent, to our country and to the entire continent. We focus on facilitating public digital infrastructure for the entire continent. We work very closely with the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat in Ghana. We're rolling out an agenda on what the Digital Trade Championship will do for the African continent. It speaks to market access, it speaks to attracting investment in that space. There are quite a few regions that are already interested in our space. Traditionally, if I speak for Nigeria, our fintechs get a lot of funding from the US, but we have a lot of interest. You heard the minister from Qatar speaking about that space. Saudi, UAE, other regions across the world are also very interested in our digital space. So making sure that the pipeline, the talent pipeline from Nigeria and from Africa as a whole in that area is just phenomenal, it's endless. And it's not just fintech, edutech, the creative sector is doing phenomenally well. And the interface between technology and the creative sector, a lot going on, animation, film, so many things, music, and all these are where technology is also an enabler. It's helping the continent to leapfrog. We've also focused very closely on making sure that Nigeria and other African countries can be outsourcing hubs. These are an industry that has grown phenomenally, and other continents have done it well. But for a country like Nigeria, where we're an English-speaking population with a good time zone and a self-driven entrepreneurial young people, we've identified it as an area, and we know that this can work for the rest of the continent. So we continue to equip them with what they need in terms of market access tools, mapping, digital trade services, making sure that e-commerce and facilitation, that the interfaces across countries in Africa speaking the same language in terms of technology now, and so that the buying and selling, there's a synergy, there's a sync, and making sure that capital that wants to come to the continent can come in a harmonized manner that works for African people.
Wonderful. Indeed, that, I mean, it's really good because Africa having the most youthful population, you know, globally, it makes sense that we really empower them to be able to provide these services to the world. I'll come back to that on what we can do, what more we can do to empower women and youth. But before we do that, I'd like to ask Louisa, since you've been doing this for decades, what are some of the barriers that you've come across? You know, I'm sure that many of them, especially when you started, barriers that you've come across to women accessing finance for business.
Thank you, Nana. What is amazing is 30 years ago when we established the company, the challenges and the barriers that we experience in accessing finance, they still exist today, regrettably. Because largely, especially I'll speak on South Africa, because largely the financial institutions are in the hands of men. And every time a woman comes for a credible project to be funded, they will always be second behind another man project. So I really don't know, Minister, maybe we really need to, as women, try to find out how do we solve this challenge of access to finance. Do we begin to establish our own women-friendly financial institutions that can then begin to look favorably at women? Because as I say, continuously, access to funding, access to finance continue to be a biggest barrier. Whether this is for the market women out there or whether this is professional women or real big entrepreneurs, access to finance continues to be a barrier.
I think that it's really, I mean, since you directed the question to me as a minister and as a female minister, I think I should chip something in. I think what it is that the phenomenal work that you've been doing in the last 3 decades, I see that, I mean, we just finished the month of March, a lot has happened. Sometimes, maybe being in the trenches, you still experience the challenges all the time. But I feel that when women come together with institutions like yours, I look at yours with a lot of admiration and I see the difference that has happened. I know that financial institutions, the story has changed. They do know that female entrepreneurs, they pay their debts. I mean, this is something that empirically, we know the evidence globally. And African women have not been an exception. We know that when we lend to cooperatives of women, I've heard the statistics and bankers have spoken. I was at a session just last month saying that the least non-performing loans on the entire portfolio, it was First Bank of Nigeria, their lowest, least performing loans was from their products that was for their women. So I think that women coming together and being equipped to access those loans in a coordinated manner and having the support that they need, women, they have that fidelity, that loyalty, and pay their debts. So that for financial inclusion. And to the bankers in the room, since it's been put on the minister in the room twice, let's give it to the bankers in the room, but really phenomenal work supporting them. I think we really need to appreciate that, so, yeah.
Women do pay their debts.
If I can also say another comment, because women largely, we are the largest consumers of the economy. So that should benefit us. We must try to galvanize our purchasing power and, convert it into access to capital.
Yes. So I think basically a lot of progress has been made, but a lot more needs to be done, and that's what, Louisa, you're trying to say. I guess hence the theme for International Women's Month this year, Accelerate Action, because so much more needs to be done when it comes to that. Louisa, if I come back to you again, have you had any, do you have any, does WIPOD have any investments in other countries in Africa? And if so, what has been the experience? If not, are you looking to now expand into other parts of Africa with the developments going on now and with the digital economy really picking up?
Thank you, Nana. Yes, we are looking now, but we did previously. 25 years ago, we went to Nigeria, we went to Ghana, we went to DRC, we went to Zambia, we went to Zimbabwe. Sadly, again, unfortunately, politics, they set us apart. The advantage with us in South Africa, when we established WIPOD, we took the view that as women in the country, we were facing the same challenges, the same problems, and as such, we did not look who was ANC, who was PAC, who was what. We simply came together as women. And this is why we are still existing today. Because when we went to the countries I've mentioned, there was always a problem that so-and-so cannot lead because she comes from this party, so-and-so. It was just too problematic. We need to look at the bigger picture, that as women, we need to be financially independent for a myriad of other reasons. We are the custodians of the economy as African women. And as such, we just need to make sure that we have this access to capital, because we are the ones who need to make sure that children are at school, take care of the burials. I mean, so many things that women carry. And therefore, we need to move away from, petty politics, that so-and-so belongs to this, and look at the bigger picture. So yes, we continue to look, but I think we missed the mark previously when we went to those countries to sell the vision, because the vision is the same. Women, we have the same challenges, we have the same problems, whether you belong to what party or another party, or whether you are white or black, because we have always experienced marginalization. So the problem is the same. We just need to find common ground, how to fix it for ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, but I like that. I like the point that you continue to look. And when we spoke earlier before coming into the room for the session, you mentioned to me how much you liked coming to Ghana in the past. So I look forward to seeing WIPOD established in Ghana, extending its business to Ghana. Right, so Jumoke, let me ask you this. The AFCFTA, yes, we're implementing it now. The digital trade protocol is in force. Recently, the annexes that were being negotiated have all come into being. Usually it's said that the problem is really not with having the frameworks, but with implementation. If you can speak for yourself and other trade ministers and all of that, how are we really going to make sure that implementation, is done properly, efficiently, and that this is really the game changer that we all project that it's going to be?
That's a good question, Nana. So when the AFCFTA started, in terms of even negotiating the agreement, the world really didn't think Africa could do it. And it was completed in record time, and trading started. But I still keep getting asked when I speak internationally, when will trading start? Trading started, it's been 5 years now since COVID. The Guided Trading Initiative was a successful pilot, and now more and more countries have gazetted. So trade has commenced under AFCFTA. The levels of intra-African trade are growing, projected to be about 50% by 2030, and that's a huge tall order. What we have, as you've noted, is it's not for want of having a well-articulated framework, and so it behoves African people to trade in goods, trade in services, now that all the rules are in place. But what it would take from the government side would be enablement. So trade facilitation. I know that, for instance, the Comptroller General of Customs in Nigeria will be hosting all the Comptroller Generals of Customs across the continent in Abuja this quarter. Because without the customs officials allowing goods to move, you know that the level of getting to 50% intra-African trade penetration will be a pipe dream. Making sure that free movement of people as well, free movement for services to move, you really do need people to be able to move from country to country, and all the trade facilitation around that in terms of visas and access and movement of people. So the heads of state have been committed and have moved year on year on the AFCFTA agenda, but it would take us as trade ministers supporting constituency, supporting businesses, supporting particularly the informal sector. I think what is most unique about the AFCFTA is the support of smaller businesses, the support of women-led businesses, youth-led businesses, the support of really just MSMEs to be able to have your inputs from Kenya, have your inputs from Accra, have your inputs from Morocco, and have your suppliers in Zambia, making that connectivity. And for sure, that connectivity, because the movement of goods and people, because it costs quite a bit, will not go as far as it can without the digital trade, which is why it's so important, and which is why the digital public infrastructure is also very important. But no matter how good that is, especially for movement in goods, if the infrastructure and the trade facilitation isn't sorted out, if the people are not trained in terms of meeting of standards, or the Food and Drug Administration, the allowing of movement of goods, and for trade and services, for the businesses to know who is my regulator, what do I need to do, so that granularity of enablement is what is the real work that as trade ministers we have to do. We have to handhold our people, we have to talk with each other, we have to make sure that we enable this agreement to take root and prosper.
Great, thank you very much. And in wrapping up this session, I'll just ask you both to share your thoughts quickly on staying again on the subject of MSMEs, women and youth, because they form the significant proportion of the cross-border trade that we're talking about. But their play tends to be really small because it's informal and all of that. What can we all do to empower these groups to really take advantage of the opportunities that the free trade area presents us with? So, Louisa, if I can start with you and then end with Jumoke.
For me, I will say something maybe controversial. I would like to see this kind of forum taking place in Nigeria or Ghana or anywhere in the continent, so that our informal sector, they can have access to attending this type of forum and learn and benefit, and also contribute to the economies of those countries. We are here in London. I'm sure each one of us spending no less than 500 rand a day, 500 pounds, sorry. That's a lot of money. So if we can pump this to our economies, well and good. Thank you.
Yeah. So we for sure will be in Kinshasa next week, Ministers of Trade, for AU Ministers of Trade. We'll also be in Lusaka in, I think it's June, to also talk about AFCFTA specifically. Obviously, we stay on the continent, so that's a very good...
But not as Commonwealth.
No. Even with not just Commonwealth, but that's where, again, I would say technology comes in, amplification, virtual viewing of things like this, so that the people in the room... But you make a very good point, which is why I made about payment systems. And so as a group collectively, we're talking about AFCFTA as an example of what the Commonwealth also can do in the turbulent times that we find ourselves in the world. Even in our West African region, we've just having our own classification. I won't use the T word, so I don't have to pay my own £10. But the world is changing. We've seen it across different countries. And so what happens at a larger level goes down into the microcosm of how it affects African people, particularly the young, because there's so many of them on the African continent. It's a very young continent. So how do we look sustainably at helping them to grow and helping them to thrive? It's more and more and more engagement and listening. What are their pain points? What kind of help do they need? And then shaping our policies and our stakeholder engagements to empowering them to thrive. I believe that that's the role of government, just being a facilitator and an enabler, and that's what we're committed to do.
Great. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies on my panel as well, for giving us a lot to think about, a lot to chew on, and some key takeaways as well, a few calls to action for governments across the African continent. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you for listening to us, and I wish you all enjoy the rest of the sessions, CTIS Day 1 and Day 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nana, for that excellent and insightful discussion. Now, moving on, a quick issue of logistics. Anyone who is attending the State Governors Roundtable as Unlocking Opportunities in Lagos and Enugu States, that's taking place upstairs. So if you're in that session, that is going to be upstairs. All right. That's quite a round table, that. For those of you who are staying here, we have a rather interesting topic. We've talked about it quite a lot throughout the day. It's come up again and again, and it will continue to come up more and more. We're going to have now a proper session on AI in the Commonwealth. Global opportunities and innovation. And at this point, I would like to hand off to Chris Bates, who's Director of Research and Analytics with TPP, who's going to be chairing the session. Chris?
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'd just like to invite the panelists on, please, for the session. If you could give them a round of applause, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be able to welcome you here to what really is a vital session to talk about in more detail, but as we've just heard, more around AI and a digital economy and how important that is to the Commonwealth, and how we've heard about that this morning from the very first plenary through to the address from the Secretary-General, through to the call to action really from His Excellency the President of Zanzibar. You know, the AI is fundamental to the way we're going to work now across many, many sectors. And why is it so important? And why is it so important at this event, at the CTIS event? Well, because the estimate for the money that will be injected into the economy from AI is around 15 trillion, which is about the same as the GDP of every Commonwealth country combined. So at that scale, of course, we're talking about it, and of course, it's going to make a huge impact. And for the Commonwealth, it represents a huge unprecedented opportunity, really, for us to stimulate economic growth, to improve access to key services, and to realise really sustainable development across many, many countries, and in a collaborative way. And that's what we're going to discuss today. So we really do stand at the cusp. I mean, it started already, a cusp of a revolution where AI has the ability to impact so many sectors, our key sectors, from healthcare to agriculture to finance to, as we'll hear later, insurance, even down to gaming. So absolutely everything, including the legal aspects of how we work. So I think it needs to be, whatever sector you work in, this is a thing we need to be discussing because we need to get this right. And it's a thorny topic sometimes to discuss. So we need to act fairly decisively. We need to do things responsibly. We need to do things with the right governance and the right ethics structures. And that's what we'll dive into today. And we've got a stellar panel of speakers who can cover all of those areas, from broad sectors, both public and private, with expertise in all of those different areas. So we've got the Honourable Nigel Featon, the Minister of Justice, Trade and Industry from Gibraltar. We've got Danilo McGarry, who's a tech entrepreneur, an investor, and one of the, he won't say this out loud, but one of the top 20 AI experts in the world, as voted for by experts in the field themselves. So we're delighted to have Danilo here. We've got Dr. Azair Javid, who's the CEO and founder of Better Data out of Singapore, doing some fantastic work in important areas of privacy. And Farah Ashiru, who's the founder and CEO of Okra, who building the really important infrastructure pieces that in Africa that we need to be able to run this technology. So if you'd just like to put your hands together again for our panelists. So I'm going to start by giving each of the panelists just 2 minutes to introduce yourself, talk about your expertise and experience in your sector, and also just one of the ways that AI is impacting you, just a first point as to how AI is impacting the work you do in the sector that you work in. And I'll start with Uzair here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Uzair from Singapore. My background is I have a doctorate in data security and privacy, so technically oriented. I do have a few tier 1 publications within the AI landscape. After I did my PhD, I started this startup called Better Data. So we mainly work with banks and government institutions such as the US Department of Homeland Security. We help them with AI challenges that has to do a lot with privacy as well as data quantity plus quality. And in parallel, I have been advising the Singapore government on data privacy guidelines as well. So 3 guides. The first one was released in 2022, the second one in 2024, and the next one is scheduled this year. So all in all, technical background, I have worked with regulators, I have worked with customers, shipped products as well. So that's me in a nutshell.
Great. So, how privacy and security are absolutely key areas, so we'll discuss that later.
Absolutely.
Farah.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Farah Ashiru. I run a company called Okra. We started primarily as an open banking infrastructure for the continent. In time, we realized that one of the biggest struggles we had was in our cloud infrastructure and the costs. And so we pivoted into building something called Nebula, which is cloud infrastructure for the continent. My background is in computer science. I'm an engineer by trade. I've been working with Fortune 500 companies building out software applications and enterprise software before moving into working with startups and later building Okra. Today we work with companies to help them have the cloud infrastructure necessary to build cloud and AI technologies, and we help drive AI adoption by doing that as well.
Fantastic. So again, having that infrastructure, having that vital data platform to be able to use this technology is crucial across the Commonwealth. Minister.
Thank you. My name is Nigel Featon. I'm the Minister for Justice, Trade and Industry in Gibraltar. My portfolio includes responsibility for financial services and gaming, which are key economic sectors for my nation. I'm also the Minister with responsibility for taxation. I've been in office only for 18 months, but prior to being elected as a government minister, I was a financial services professional for 32 years. I am a barrister and King's Counsel by profession. I've also been a visiting law professor of a UK university and published a number of law books. The key theme in all of my law books, for which I have dedicated almost the entirety of my professional career, is the concept of jurisdictional competition. What is it that makes jurisdictions competitive far in excess and out of proportion to their geographical location and the size of the country in terms of population and every other macroeconomic factor?
Fascinating, and a fascinating portfolio to be talking about AI and digital with as well. Danilo.
Danilo McGarry. I've been in the AI world for 20 years now, former head of AI for Citigroup globally, and United Health Group, which is America's 5th largest company, and it's the 4th largest AI program in the world. I own my own tech company. I help companies like Volvo, Siemens, BASF, and many banks also digitally transform. And what I've been dedicating my life to in the last couple of years is just really trying to teach people about AI. My team get access to AI systems 6 to 12 months before they go to market. And we see a huge jump in intelligence coming out in the next couple of months, which I think a lot of markets and companies and countries are not ready for. So I've dedicated my life really to just teaching and talking about it as much as I can, since I have a privileged position in seeing a lot of these systems before they go to market. So very happy to be here and looking forward to our discussion.
Right. So maybe we just stay with you, Danilo. Just thinking about that experience and the advice that you've given to, to companies around their AI adoption. What are the misconceptions that businesses have, and what should, if you're a business here today, what do you think the key themes are that you should be embedding into your work now to really profit from the AI tools that we're starting to emerge, but of course will become even more dominant?
I think there's many misconceptions, but if I can pick a few. One is just having the wrong mentality to change. There is, you've mentioned a couple of trillion there. What I know is, of today, there's 100 trillion committed to AI in terms of investment from the private equity, VC, and government world. And that's going to increase to 500 trillion over the next 5 years. There's 20% more money going into AI than into the greenhouse movement, the very thing that could extinct us. And I only see two outcomes out of that. Either AI is going to be truly everything it's supposed to be eventually, or it's going to be forced to be as investors and countries and people who have invested in this technology need to get a return on their investment. But the two scenarios are concluding that it will happen somehow. So a very large misconception I see is, oh, I won't do it now. It's advancing at such a fast pace. I'll wait until it becomes better. But as of, I would say, 3 years ago already, the technology is good enough to really augment any job in any industry. So there's no barriers in terms of a technical barrier anymore. There are also barriers. There are some things we can do more around infrastructure, but in terms of any company being able to adopt it, there is no barrier there. So the mentality around change and the vacillation that a lot of companies put in place, oh, we'll wait for this, we'll wait for that, not the right time, we're dealing with this, dealing with that. I'm seeing already companies lose market share because of competitors using AI. I'm seeing companies having issues with their cost structure because they're not using AI. So I see many industries changing drastically as a result. So that's one of the misconceptions. It's just the fear of change and thinking that it's not good enough. But I can reassure anybody who's listening, AI can pretty much augment any job available today.
Fascinating. And turning to you, Minister, in terms of the work that you've been doing in Gibraltar with the economy and with insurance and gaming and digital and AI becoming an increasing part of that. What's your experience been, and what would your advice be for other Commonwealth countries looking to emulate the fantastic work that's been going on?
Yes, if you look at the Gibraltar economic sectors, you will see that 50% of our economy is based on financial services and gaming. I no longer distinguish between financial services and gaming. I talk about the financial sectors. It's a large part of our economic contribution for a small territory such as ours. It means also that because we have a small labor pool in Gibraltar, we rely heavily on digital technology. Most of the financial services and gaming activities that are conducted in our jurisdiction are almost entirely digital. So I'll give you some of the figures, headline figures, so that you can see how out of proportion they are to the geographical size of a place like Gibraltar. 44% of all motor insurance policies sold in the United Kingdom are sold and underwritten by Gibraltar insurance companies. That is almost half of the motor insurance market. Why? Because you're not relying on a huge labor workforce. You're relying on the use of technology. In terms of our gambling and gaming capability in Gibraltar, 70 to 80% of all online gaming business in the UK is undertaken by Gibraltar licensed and regulated gaming companies. But this is a partnership with the UK. We are in partnership with our principal trading partner, and I'll give you some figures to demonstrate that. Gibraltar insurance companies almost contribute £1 billion of insurance premium tax to the UK exchequer. That's one tax-related contribution. There are indirect tax-related contributions as well in terms of the workforce and the employment that is being generated in the UK, and therefore indirect tax contributions. In terms of gaming, Gibraltar companies contribute between 650 and 700 million pounds in betting duty to the UK exchequer.
Wow, it's incredible. And just thinking on Danilo's point around every industry can be impacted by this, and your remit of having trade and industry, but also justice in there. What do you think the impact of AI could be in the legal space?
In the legal profession?
Well,
Well, I think it's transformational in every profession. I mean, even before I was elected as a government minister a year and a half ago, I was very involved in the insurance sector in particular. And AI and the application and the use of AI by insurance companies was already at an advanced stage, whether it was in terms of using AI to troll through data, which is critical in the insurance space, whether it's in relation to your interaction with customers and customer care, and indeed whether it relates to how claims are handled initially. So very transformational insurance. I was very involved in that before being elected into office. In gambling, I think we've seen less of that AI application in the gambling sector. I think the gaming sector in particular, perhaps, are not as quick as the financial services sectors have been, but I am told that that will change, and it will change dramatically over the next 18 months. We've seen how AI has impacted also in law firms and indeed in the criminal justice system. So I think everyone will be impacted. I mean, I must give you perhaps a personal anecdote. I spent a lot of my personal life, if you like, before I was elected into office. I used to spend most of my weekends writing and reading and delivering papers as part of my academic, if you like, interest. I mean, ChatGPT and Grok 4 does it much better than I will ever do it now. So, I mean, I'm not sure that I will spend much of my time writing the sort of papers that I used to write, but that doesn't mean that they will substitute the work that I was doing. If anything, they have actually educated me more, and I have acquired more knowledge through my interaction with AI apps than I used to have when all I had was Google. And I used to refer to Google a few years ago as the largest depository of knowledge and information in the world. Well, I think we can no longer say that. I think AI takes that first lead.
Yeah.
Or that first place.
I can tell if my children have cheated with their homework and used ChatGPT because it's too good. It uses words they would never contemplate using. And of course, if you're here in the audience and you're thinking, how do I benefit from these technologies and these advances in algorithms and generative AI, for example, we need infrastructure. You need to, and we've seen the UK government make announcements in the last few months around scaling up data centres and computational power outside Oxford here. And of course, that has to happen for every Commonwealth country. So, Farah, just turning to you, and clearly that's where your expertise is and your engineering expertise is, how do we provide that infrastructure? And what are the challenges, the main challenges you've perceived or found in terms of delivering that infrastructure at scale in more emerging markets?
Sure. So I do think that, on the continent, especially in Africa, it really is an access thing as well. AI adoption is good for everyone. I mean, every business should have it at the end of the day. Every business is an AI company. You can argue Netflix is an AI company, right? Their best job is to tell you, what do you want to watch next? That's a recommendation engine. But if you don't have the ability to build that infrastructure, then, that's where the problem lies. And so, one of the things that we think drives adoption, one thing is, for instance, to have frameworks in set. So, sandbox environments, government sandbox environments where you can easily innovate on AI adoption, innovation ideas. And then also that means that you can make sure that these rely on ethical guidelines as well. I think we need more stakeholder collaboration generally as well. One thing that helped us really early on with open banking was that, when we started with open banking, it didn't exist on the continent yet. It didn't exist specifically in Nigeria. So there was no regulations that existed at that time. So what we did is we worked directly with the Central Bank of Nigeria with other startups to create what is now the open banking framework. And I think that we also need to incentivize businesses to build AI as well. So, with us, that's incentivizing businesses and investing in infrastructure, data centers. We have tier 3, tier 4 data centers on the continent. They're minimally used today. We have the environment and the ability to build these data centers. So with stakeholder collaboration, for instance, we're able to do that. And if we can incentivize businesses to build this through things like grants and tax breaks, and even flooding more investments into these sectors, I think that also grows in that aspect too. So what then you are able to find, like for instance, with Okra, because we were pioneering open banking, we received what was called the Pioneer Status Award, and that allowed us to have tax breaks and push forward with that innovation. So I do think that we need to focus on the ability and the access, and from our point of view at Okra, that starts with infrastructure and the ability for you to build, because at the end of the day, AI is expensive to build. It takes a lot of computing power, and if you don't have that access to that power today, you're going to struggle. And early adoption is good. I like what you said about Google and the fact that Google was the largest depository of information, so therefore you could argue they should have been the largest AI company to exist today, right? But because they were slow to adopt, that didn't happen. So every company needs the ability to do that, and for Africa to compete, I think in the next frontier, we have to have that access to that infrastructure.
And are you seeing any evidence or any examples of more cross-border working? I know in certain sectors, in say the healthcare sector, it's very difficult for countries to store data externally, but in other industries maybe there's not quite that pressure. And are you seeing the fact that you can service smaller countries or countries that are geographically separate, but from a piece of infrastructure
and that's, we work with data centers all over the continent, and we essentially build, cloud computing technology on top of their data centers. So we can power any size company, and we can allow them to have lower latency, for instance. Right now, over 90% of companies in Africa rely on offshore data centers, offshore providers. Bringing that locally adds to the affordability standpoint as well, and then it allows you to work with businesses. So we work with businesses in South Africa, in Nigeria, in Ghana, and Kenya, and then allow them to bring their data closer. You see governments all over the continent today, they want to implement multiple different local data sovereignty laws. You need to host your data, especially in healthcare, HIPAA, being able to host personal identifying data and so on. And so we allow you to do that locally to the same standards that you would expect, and then therefore allowing you to, the ability to experiment more, build more things. Because right now the cost of experimentation is high. Most companies don't have the ability to test out their ideas, but when you bring that locally, then you're able to.
Great. And just as they're coming to you on a different strategy for things like healthcare data or for getting access to data is to work with high quality synthetic data, which has been one of your company's focuses. And can you just give us a little bit more of your experience there, the work you've done in Singapore, the work you've done in the US, and how that's really trying to combat some of those challenges, but also usher in things like cross-border working because it's a far safer data environment to be working in?
Yep. So I think just to share some background, in 2021, I concluded my PhD with a hacking experiment. So I ethically hacked the Ethereum blockchain, reverse engineered their encryption algorithm, got access to over 600 user wallets. So I had their private keys or their passwords, which meant I could go and get the funds out and no one would bat an eye. So of course I didn't do that, documented ways to avoid that in my thesis. Afterwards, it really allowed me to kind of deep dive into the whole privacy engineering landscape. And one of the stats that I chanced upon back then was GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulation in EU, enacted in May 2018. It affected upwards of 28 million businesses globally. 28 million. So that number itself just struck me, and I realized this is a very, very big number, and privacy is going to become an increasingly important topic in the next 10 years. So fast forward to today, when I look back to our 4 years of development and building the startup, I think all of us can now realize how big privacy itself is as a topic. And in parallel, or in addition to that, when we talk about data itself, another problem is the quantity. So all of the large language models, all of the frontier, open source, closed source models available in the market today, one can argue that they have exhausted the knowledge or the data available on the internet. A few reports, such as the Stanford's AI Index report, suggests that by 2030, 2032, the world will run out of computer vision as well as text or natural language data. So the question is, privacy is one thing, where you have privacy technologies kind of addressing the problem, but in parallel, we have data quantity as a problem as well. So once we saturate or once we plateau the scope of information by digesting all of the data available in the world, the question is, do we stop there or do we start to do simulations? We proactively think, we proactively simulate, and we proactively develop models that can predict all of these scenarios. So just some background on the work we are doing. It has to do with synthetic data. So right now, as of today, you can use, for example, ChatGPT to create fake NIC cards or identity cards just with a single prompt. And they are actually quite hard to detect, or in other words, it's very difficult to say if this certain image is real or fake. So in our case, when we talk about synthetic data, we are not generating fake data. We mainly work with banks and governments to help them with their data that they already have, locked because of privacy reasons. So within our platform, we have AI models that allows them to train them, and after training, we generate artificial data. So the data we are generating is representative or reflective of the original data sets, but at the same time, all of the data is artificial, so it no longer belongs to real individuals. So businesses can use it without any compliance issues, and they can share it internally and externally. So we are working with one of the biggest banks in Asia. We are working with regulatory authorities in Singapore and Hong Kong as well. We are working with the US Department of Homeland Security. And one recurring theme for all of them is they want to create data sandboxes, but there is just a lot of friction in accessing as well as sharing data.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fascinating approach, and for people in the room, you know, from lots of different Commonwealth countries, the ability to then, I mean, that is a pipeline to collaborate effectively and to use that synthetic data because it doesn't have to be guarded by the same data protection regulations. They're a massive opportunity to really work together. People will snap your hand off. I mean, I think what we've heard there is from Danilo, the ability of AI to hit every single industry, what some of those misconceptions are, but the fact that it is coming one way or another. From the Minister, that when you have the right strategy in place, your ability to use digital to strengthen an economy and to really grow, expand capacity, and some of the fascinating figures coming out around how much Gibraltar underpins UK insurance. I think it's incredible. And then from Farah, how we need, you know, the infrastructure needs to be there. There has to be a way to run AI, and then from us there, how important privacy is. And I think across all those strands of that kind of pyramid, that we get the toss-up between regulation and innovation. I'm drawn to things like the AI's impact in drug development, where we've seen really positive things, but the other side of that coin is, exactly the same technology could be used for biological warfare. So we need to have, strong regulation there. And I'd be really interested in what the panel thinks about how we strike that balance, how we continue to do engineering and continue to do the things like, making Google look almost like a technology of the past compared to ChatGPT, but in a way that's safe and ethical across all of the industries we're talking about. If I could ask Danilo what his thoughts are on that.
One thing I need to say is we're talking about AI in isolation. And actually, there's a perfect storm happening, not just in AI, but we also have quantum computing advancing significantly. We have much more powerful processing chips, better memory, ability to store. We have incredible advancements in IoT devices, autonomous vehicles, humanoid technology. There's over 120 companies today with over $100 million in funding for humanoid technology. So when you combine all of these isolated but incredible technologies and you combine them together in the same era that we live in today, that's why the World Economic Forum has coined this as a fourth industrial revolution. Right? There's only been 3 other times in history where we've seen something that can cause a massive change in human history. So it's not just AI in isolation, it's all of these other technologies working alongside as well, and they also have incredible momentum and funding. So, I advise a lot of governments around the world, Fortune 500 companies. I'm very disheartened by what I see. I think a lot of people are talking about ChatGPT, and that's what they think AI is. But there's a far bigger world in the world of AI and in the world of tech, which is causing this perfect storm. What I'm also seeing is a game being played where I'm sitting next to the Minister of Justice here, I need to be careful. But there is a little bit of a game being played around talking a lot about regulation, but also recognizing the fact that if you over-regulate in your country, in your jurisdiction, you're actually going to hurt the competitiveness of your country. So, for instance, I'll give you an example. The AI summit that happened here in London a year plus ago, a big part of the summit was about regulation and AI safety, privacy, etc. When you look at the AI summit that happened in Paris a few months ago, there was almost very little mention of that topic, but more around competitiveness. So the narrative is changing, because I think, if we're honest, there is an issue with over-regulating as well. I'm on the EU Council for AI, so I help set the rules and regulations, so I'm well versed on this topic. And I think that, at the very basic level, we should be putting in place regulations to safeguard children, the vulnerable, making sure that they don't get adversely impacted by this revolution that's happening at the moment. But apart from that, I don't see a lot that's going to change, because it's happening too quickly, but also because of this conundrum around over-regulating and making your country less competitive.
Fascinating. Minister.
Yes, I agree with my panelist. There's no doubt in my mind that this is the greatest technological revolution the world has ever seen in terms of its impact and also the speed at which this is happening. If we look at the other previous industrial revolutions, we've got the first industrial revolution in the 18th and early 19th century. The focus there was the advent and the invention of the steam engine. Nobody tried to regulate that particular technology. What we saw was governments rightly intervening when they had to intervene in order to correct the appalling working conditions of people in factories through the factories legislation and indeed through labor rights. We saw the second industrial revolution and the invention of electricity, and the focus of regulation there was health and safety in particular. Third industrial revolution, Google. Nobody, I think, would pretend or advocate for the regulation of the internet. What we have seen is regulating the use and application of the internet, as indeed we saw in previous industrial revolutions, whether through data protection, whether through laws with regards to data security. So I'm a big believer that we shouldn't rush into regulation. And if we do, we really need to take a step back, embrace AI as a tool, and look at principles-based regulation in particular. And a lot of work is being done through my ministry to see how we can embrace this technology in order to allow the technology to grow through our jurisdiction in a manner which is safe and secure. It has to be safe for the jurisdiction, and it has to be secure for ultimate consumers. Those are, I think, the two criteria. And if you meet both requirements, I think there is a huge opportunity here, both for AI, for technology, and indeed for jurisdictional development.
Fascinating. It's very comprehensive answers from both of you, and I think that's a sentiment that we've seen recently is that it is somewhat an unregulated space and that countries don't want to stifle. They don't want to be the person who stops it. So I think really interesting perspectives on where that balance should lie. Just coming to you, Farah, I'm just thinking again in terms of, we've got a mixed audience here of government and private industry. What role have you seen that public-private partnerships can play in creating the infrastructure, but also, stimulating an AI economy in different countries? What is that? Do you think there needs to be partnerships between governments and private industry to deliver this in a sustainable way?
I do. I think something I mentioned earlier when I said there has to be more stakeholder collaboration. And what I mean by that is that, one of the things you said is that, with AI, you don't want to stifle creativity, you don't want to stifle innovation. And what sometimes happens where over-regulation comes from is the lack of understanding and not being very close to the problem. There's a difference between understanding the map and then understanding the terrain. A lot of times private sectors and businesses, they're working every day in these sectors. They really understand the terrain and what's happening, while government regulators are there to help map. And so with closer collaboration between the two, you can be able to make sure that you do meet ethical standards in terms of ethical standards in security. Cybersecurity is also something to think about, the safety, but then also making sure that you don't stifle innovation and you leave it to the companies that really have the technical capabilities to push those things forward. So I do think that one of the things that has to happen is that collaboration has to exist, but then there has to be the ability for companies to still be able to innovate, and I think that's where it comes from. Leaving that to the companies that are building.
Fascinating. And how have you found practically the balance between you're a startup company a few years ago. You are innovating in a space that is fascinating, and working with with governments as well. And how have you found that balance between innovation and regulation? And how have you found it between different countries when you've worked in the US with the US government, for example, but also with the government in Singapore?
Mm-hmm. So I think just adding on to what Danilo mentioned, there is this conundrum between what to regulate. So do we over-regulate or under-regulate? And what Fakra mentioned, that there is a lack of understanding as well. So honestly, so far, I think the answer is no one knows what's happening when it comes to AI and privacy. I still haven't seen privacy being used in production on a very large scale. And I'll just talk about privacy because that's my background. Now, one could argue that we have Apple. So Apple, one of the arguably most valuable companies in the world. They do claim they use this technology called differential privacy. So one could say, this is privacy tech in production, so maybe they are using it. But one of our R&D experiments is how we can audit or evaluate privacy technologies. So long and short of it is we devised a mechanism, we ran it or scanned through the Apple's privacy mechanisms, and we still found violations. So what they are claiming is what's not happening, technically speaking. But just so it happens, Apple is Apple. They have the brand power, and we use their products as they are. So in my experience, another example is, I won't name the country, but we are working with a bank, and the bank shares very strong, I would say, reservations against privacy tech. So they need some sort of assurances. Now, within that same country, we are also working with the regulators. So regulators are there to provide guidance. But banks ask them for guidance, and in turn, the regulators literally call me up to get some feedback. So they ask me about something, I tell them something, that something goes back to the bank as coming from the regulators. So there is this lack of understanding between the whole spectrum, so who is building the technology, who is using the technology, and who is regulating the technology. And I think a good balance for all of this is, I think one of the earlier points of Danilo is the right mindset. We all have to be somehow on the same ground when it comes to these tools, these technologies, and kind of build the right safeguards rather than over-regulating and under-regulating it.
Fascinating. Thank you. It seems to be impossible to have a panel and not mention the T word, so we won't break with tradition, and let's talk about it. I mean, some of the examples we've talked about on the panel, things like ChatGPT have been very US dominated, and the US are clearly a massively strong player in the AI market, driven in some, to some extent by the phenomenal infrastructure that exists there. But I just wonder what the panel think about, is there an opportunity, with what's happening in America right now, and countries looking to work more closely together and possibly sort of decouple themselves from that market a little bit. If the panel think there's an opportunity here, say across the Commonwealth, for us to collaborate in a different way and to kind of leapfrog some of the work that's been going on in the US and become, genuine AI leadership globally. Danilo, welcome your thoughts.
So you make a good point. One thing just to add to that is also with DeepSeek and actually 12 other AI companies emerging out of China, the same ideas around data privacy, copyright laws don't exist. And we're also seeing, this is public, so it's not private, but Sam Altman and other AI leaders in the US also asking Donald Trump to relax the copyright laws as well. Because it's very difficult to compete with an AI movement that doesn't care about AI privacy, copyright privacy, data privacy. A lot of the very good data is copyrighted. And if you have access to that, then the accuracy of your models are better. So that's going to cause big changes in the world of data privacy and also collaborations. One thing that I'm, being at the Roundtable earlier today and listening to the rest of the event, one thing that I'm itching to maybe this is premature, but to set up some sort of AI Commonwealth hub, to bring representatives from each country, to have free resources for people to learn about AI, for educators, the education sector can benefit from it. Also having in this hub ability for coders to be able to use AI better, to more productively produce software. It is something I'm considering, and if anybody's interested, let me know. I do have my own software company, so it's quick to spin this up. But I think some sort of AI hub would be necessary for the Commonwealth. You do have these global summits on AI, which are happening. Like I mentioned, the UK, Paris had one, etc. But it's very much everybody just announcing things and some things happening in the background, private deals, etc. But I think more of a collaborative movement is needed. And I do think the Commonwealth has a unique position here. 60% of the population is under 30 years old. This is a population that generally picks up technology faster than anybody else. And it's, in Africa, a lot of economy is done through mobile phones. A lot of payment transactions done through mobile phones. And with open source being available, you can download it on even a mobile device nowadays. I don't see so many barriers there. It could be a leapfrog moment for the Commonwealth countries. If they really grab this opportunity and unite, they could really use AI to leapfrog ahead.
And just thinking on that, from your point of view, Farah, from an infrastructure perspective, things like DeepSeek being open source means they can be distilled to much smaller models that you could run on a mobile device, or you can run in rural settings, maybe it's for community health visitors, community nurses. So is it the ability to take the technology that's now been built, like DeepSeek or like the hub could build across the Commonwealth, to expand the capacity of doing that, but without the need for OpenAI style size of data centers. I just wonder what you think the impact of that could be on the sector from an infrastructure perspective, but also for how that capacity could be expanded.
I think that it just drives innovation generally in adoption. Accessibility is key. and accessibility comes with infrastructure and the ability to run these things. You know, Africa is unable to compete in many industries. We've talked about healthcare, we've talked about these industries, but just gaming, for instance, is one of my favorite things to do. But if I'm, you know, today Africa does not compete in any major gaming tournaments, and it's because our latency, we just can't, you know, by the time you have logged into the server as someone in, you know, in the US, you don't have the ability to kind of compete at that standard, and so there is an ability for even, you know, markets to grow within Africa as well, even the gaming industry and so on and so forth, and that drives innovation on the continent as well, and it drives adoption and it drives usage. There's a whole other population, you know, and our goal at OCRA is always to essentially drive Africa, connect 1 billion Africans to the global economy, and that starts with access. And I think that, you know, the ability for, you know, you were just talking about leapfrogging. You know, Africa was able to leapfrog Web 2.0 straight into mobile first, but, you know, there's a lower ability to leapfrog in AI because you either adopt or you die with it, because, you know, at the end of the day, it's going to happen whether you like it or not. And so it really just depends on, you know, what we want to actually do about that as well. And so I do think that we have the ability to host things locally, have closer access to that, make that more accessible to the everyday person, and then therefore drive adoption and more ideas that come from you know, just the general access that we have.
Yes. One of the topics I think it's hard to get away from in this, and just reflecting on Danilo earlier talking about the disparity in investment in AI versus the environment, is the environmental impact that this perfect storm of technology could be having in terms of, you know, data centers have a you know, genuine impact on the environment, and if we're running very large models at scale, this needs to be taken into account. I just wonder, from the Minister's point of view, how you balance that across departments when you want to, you know, grow a digital economy and really, you know, do the fantastic things you're doing, but at the same time have responsibilities for things like environmental pressures. And does that factor into decision making, and should it?
Well, I think it obviously should, but I think after what we've seen happening last week, I'm not necessarily sure that is at the forefront of people's minds at the moment. And you did mention tariffs, the T word, if you like. I think we've got to move forward from what we've seen. Clearly, there is a major disruption in the global economy. But as a jurisdiction, and we're a small jurisdiction, we've been here before. In 1988, in Gibraltar, 70% of our economy was wholly dependent on the military of defense. In other words, MOD expenditure, at a time when obviously there was a UK MOD review, which resulted in the closure of the biggest employer in Gibraltar, which happened to be the naval dockyard. That put us in a position where we had to look at other economic models in order to be able to generate the sort of wealth that we have created over the last 36 years. We looked at telebetting as an obvious opportunity. It was an industry that was waiting to be unlocked, given that as a result of telecommunications advancement, people could place bets from the comfort of their homes. We had the first major gaming company being established and licensed in Gibraltar in the early 90s. It happened to be Ladbrokes, which today is part of the Entain Group. In financial services, we entered into a common market arrangement with the UK in financial services that gave us the ability for companies to trade with the UK in equal trading partnership terms. We had the first insurance company established in Gibraltar in 2001, 2002. And one of the things that we have seen in terms of the economic development of our jurisdiction is to have first mover advantage, and also something that I've called in all the books that I've published, which is the herd instinct. All it really takes is for one big player to establish themselves in a particular jurisdiction, in a particular market, And then you've got other competitors then saying, if it's good enough for them, it must be good enough for us. And that really is, I think, the key principle behind the explosion that we have seen, not just in our own jurisdiction, but in comparable jurisdictions as well. And specifically, in the way that we develop AI, we've got to be careful not to inhibit the growth of AI through excessive regulation. We've got to think about what regulation should look like, and not only that, we need to also think about which regulates which piece of the puzzle. One of the things that we are doing as a jurisdiction now is to consider whether there are alternative ways of regulating this in order to establish our jurisdiction as a leading jurisdiction, as a cutting-edge jurisdiction in AI technological advancement, whereby essentially what the regulator does is to regulate through principles-based regulation third-party sponsors of the technology and indeed the people that truly understand the technology, to regulate them through a system that will allow and encourage growth of these activities through a regulatory regime not dissimilar from what we have seen in other sectors of the economy, and in particular, the DLT crypto sector in our jurisdiction. Gibraltar was the first jurisdiction in 2016 to regulate DLT technology for the use by crypto exchanges, and we are now one of the leading jurisdictions in this space.
Fascinating. We've got about 5 minutes left, so we're going to pivot to some fairly quick questions and try and get through them. So I'll start with you, Azar. If you, in the next 12 months, if you could gift one AI innovation to the Commonwealth, what would it be?
So I would say open access data pools. If I summarize everything we just discussed today, those are the three key pillars to sustainable AI development are compute. So we have one player here. We have algorithms. I think Daniel used the one. We have data, which is my angle, and then policy or infrastructure, which is the minister's angle. So all of this has to come together, but within the Commonwealth, I think 56 nations, rather than consuming the currently available tech, why not we innovate by pulling in our data resources and building something tangible on top of that.
Cool. Farah, one gift to the Commonwealth in AI, for the AI space.
More access to innovation, so like incubators, hubs, pools, sandbox environments, allowing people that maybe never even thought about playing in that space too. And then that can in turn bring out great ideas across different sectors. We tend to concentrate our ideas within particular sectors, but there's a ton of innovation and AI growth that can happen across multiple sectors. So I think starting to, and also investment, definitely driving investments into this as well.
Cool. It sounds like Danilo's hub would help a lot with us this, which sounds like a great idea. Minister.
I think it's the gift of working together as a Commonwealth for mutual benefit and establish an economic powerhouse, if we have to, and put whatever the United States of America is doing behind us. We look forward, we work together, we have a common cultural and historical background. Let's make use of it.
Perfect. Danilo.
Oh, okay, I thought we wrapped up there. I would say that there is no more innovation needed, to be honest. Right. It's very odd for me to say that. We have everything we need in order to revolutionize companies, change company structures, reinvigorate industries. Everything is available today. So the biggest gift that I would ask everybody to give themselves is just the gift of not having fear and really just having an imagination. You know, go back to process engineering. Just look at what your company does, what your governments do, and just try to reimagine how could it be with an AI super kick next to you. Because everything is available already. So there's no more innovation needed. The IQ of general AI models would be 250 by summer. That's smarter than any of us in this room, I'm sure. So innovation is great. It's going to get better, especially around algorithms getting more energy efficient so that we don't have to damage the environment as much. I was so worried about this that I actually invested in a solar energy company because I want to offset my carbon footprint. So that's why I made that investment. But I think we have everything we need. Just imagination and the right attitude is everything. We've got to push through now and stop just waiting for things to happen.
Fantastic. I think that's a lovely, lovely way to wrap up those two comments. So we've heard from a wide range of expertise, everything from the engineering side to the regulatory side, and what we need to do going forward in the Commonwealth to seize the opportunity. And I think it's clear that there's a passion and a positivity in the Commonwealth to push on and to do this and to compete on a world stage. I am incredibly drawn to Danilo's idea of a Commonwealth AI hub across all of those sectors with this level of expertise in all those different areas. And I think that would be, if the outcome of today's conference and this panel was that that hub was established through CWEIC, I think that would be an absolutely excellent thing for us to be able to talk about in 12 months' time. So if you could put your hands together for our panellists again, thank you very much. And a thank you from me for a thoroughly engaging session, and we really value your expertise, so thank you. I believe it's now time for a networking break, but I shall pass over to our compere.
Thank you, Chris. I have a feeling we haven't heard the last of this topic. And yeah, it's a networking break, 30 minutes. We'll see you back here at 4. apart from this one.
Which chair do you want to have?
I'm taking this one.
Okay.
Whichever you like. First come, first serve. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We have one more to go. And while we've covered plenty of big topics today, all of fundamental importance in terms of trade, investment, and economic development, this is arguably the most fundamentally important of them all, energy. The most sophisticated, fancy technology on this earth is kind of useless if it doesn't have power. The most well-devised policy initiatives and strategies are pretty much useless if you cannot supply your industry with energy. What we're going to be talking about more specifically is the question of the transition. We all know that global energy is, as so much of the international economy, at a crossroads in flux where there must be a transition. It isn't a done deal, and there are still questions, particularly the questions around the who, what, where, when, and most importantly, the how, because it's a lot easier said than done. And this is what we want to unpack a little bit for during the next 60 minutes, with a particular emphasis on the issue of scaling up the transition in the long term, with a focus on the Commonwealth, which of course generally means on emerging markets. Now, I'm going to move over here and do a very quick intro, just names and titles for now before I bring in the panel. We have, I think, a really good cross-section of expertise and perspectives on this question of the transition and the challenge of scaling up. So joining me up on stage, we have, to my immediate left, I'm going to go in this order, we have Lord Tom Strathclyde. He's a non-executive director at NPure. We have Harold Kalla, he's the Executive Chair of the First Nations Financial Management Board. We have Taiwo Togun, she's the COO of Prime Atlantic Limited. And last but not least, we have Rick Gambetta, he's the founder and partner at Green Crowd Partnership. Now to kick us off, as we've done with previous sessions, quick introductions, 2 minutes each or so, just give us a little bit of context as to your work, and how you come at this topic, and what would be, I think, quite useful to get the ball rolling, if you could maybe just give us a quick take on this question of scaling up and the energy transition, just some initial thoughts on the topic that we're discussing. Tom, you've got the misfortune of sitting next to me, so we're just going to go in seating order.
Well, I'm delighted to kick it off on this, talking a little bit about energy transition and some of the key factors that are involved. And I'd also like to say how worthwhile this summit, this conference has been all day, and extremely useful. I've met lots of people engaged and interested, not just in the subject, but in a whole range of industries. As you said, I'm a director, non-executive director of NPure. NPure is an engineering company, design and manufacture, but particularly in the water industry and using different energy to different extents. The problem with energy transition is that we've lived for a long time with the idea of doing it, but it started off very much at a period of ultra-low interest rates and a great deal of confidence about it. I think now we need a little bit more humility and a little bit more understanding and realism of what can and cannot be achieved. The fact is that over the last few years, while the use of carbon-based fuels has reduced, it's a tiny amount compared to where it needs to be by 2030 or 2050. And it's trying to close that gap and have an understanding about how it can be done, which I think is going to be extremely important for policymakers and those people in power who make the decisions in the future. And that's not just true for developed countries in the European Union or America, but particularly in emerging markets in the Commonwealth and many of the countries that are represented here.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I think the standout word there is realism about how this actually transpires. Harold.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm a member of the Squamish First Nation in British Columbia, Canada. Canada is a unique Commonwealth country based upon the relationship between Indigenous people and the Crown and the Government of Canada. I travel around the world to Indigenous and Commonwealth countries, and we're very unique in that respect. You don't move products and activities in Canada without free, prior, informed consent of Indigenous communities. And so we're very involved in the activities of energy creation. I serve on the board of the Trans Mountain Pipeline Corporation. I have served on the board of Fortis, British Columbia. My own community has supported and is partner in an LNG facility in Howe Sound. And we own 2 run-of-the-river projects. I'm always fascinated by the term energy transition and what we believe it is, and how long it's going to take to transition, and how long we're going to have to rely on fossil fuels, and what kinds of initiatives are we going to undertake. If you live immediately north of the United States, the actions there have a very different feeling than they do here. And we're in a position where I got a lot of criticism for being on the board of building a pipeline to the West Coast to export oil to China. Now they want to build them east, west, and everywhere, given what's happened in the United States. Yes, we all agree that there needs to be energy transition. What I think I'm here to say is that in Canada, the Indigenous community will be part of what you do. The FMA institutions, which the FMB is part of, created a framework to support Indigenous participation in the economy. You'll hear from the Finance Authority tomorrow. We have the ability to contribute to the costs. Regardless of what the outcome of all of this is, I think the world order has changed permanently. And I think it's going to be a great asset for the Commonwealth countries to come together to create the trading relationships that I heard spoke about today.
Thank you, Harold. Taiwo.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. So I work for a company that provides training and services along the oil and gas value chain to several oil companies, both national and multinationals. And in our organization, we do understand that, yes, there is a need for energy transition, but we also know that in our country, I come from Nigeria, energy access and security is kind of really important. We have several communities that do not even have light. So even as we do understand the need to move towards cleaner energy sources, towards renewables, we also recognize that it will take us some time to get there. And we do have a lot of gas reserves in our country. So for us, gas is a transition project, it's a transition energy, it's energy efficient, it's cleaner than fossil fuels. So we're looking at that, but we're also looking at other things in the renewables or greener space that will also ensure that even though we're generating some form of negative energy from the oil that we produce, we're also balancing it out by taking on sustainable initiatives. That's it.
Thank you very much, Taiwo. And Rick.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rick Gambetta. I'm founder and partner at Green Crowd. We're a London-based consultancy firm. We focus on supporting governments and developers and investors in making projects happen. I set up the company 6 years ago to really focus on frontier markets. In my sort of banking background, I structured Europe's first solar bond. This was 12 years ago. And at that time, you went around the city and hardly anybody knew about solar. People were asking, what is it? Now, solar is a mainstream commodity type asset. Everybody knows about it, but it's only one part of the puzzle. So my issue with transition, it just seems very sort of deliberate and slow. I think we need a little bit more sort of speed and acceleration and a bit more sort of moving away from this sort of slightly arduous task of making projects happen. I think there are, certainly in the projects that we've seen in the markets where we operate, there are a lot of barriers against the energy transition, and most of those barriers are human barriers, people who make things too complicated or too costly for the projects to happen. And our job really is to sort of dismantle those barriers and make projects in the smaller countries work.
And just a quick follow-up, do you focus exclusively on renewable projects? Or
renewables as part of a holistic exercise. So we think renewables it's power. It's effectively electrons that support businesses, support jobs, support empowerment of communities and especially SMEs. So by focusing on renewables, yes, I think we do focus on the bigger picture as well, though, which is sustainable and socioeconomic growth.
Right. What I'm getting at is that there's this constant tension in this debate between, well, do we use gas or not? Do we use hydrocarbons as part of the transition? You're agnostic on that, or?
It's a difficult one. I think the energy mix has to be broad. I don't think you can put all your eggs in one basket. I wouldn't advise an economy, as small island developing states, just doing solar and battery storage. They need to look at the whole mix. But it has to be balanced. I think where a country, especially those overseas territories and the small island developing states who spend a disproportionate amount of their national income on importing diesel, that's wrong. So that balance really has to shift in favor of more distributed generation, a more balanced grid.
Which in a way echoes Tom's comment around realism and the need for new realism. Okay, there's a couple of themes that are already coming through here. One of those is clearly this question, and in some cases the tension between the desirability and the need to transition with the much more immediate needs for power to fuel economic development and growth. Taiwo, you referenced Nigeria, but Africa as a whole, statistics some of you might be familiar with, 600 million people across Africa have no access to power whatsoever. So there, depending on where you are, the question of transition is not a straightforward one. And if someone says to you, we can get gas to you, if you have no power at all today, or we could get solar power to you in 10 years, you might be forgiven for going with the gas. Another aspect of this, and maybe we can pick up the thread here, is the question of financing and investment, which seems to be perennially too low. Too little, it's too slow. Rick, you already touched on the need to accelerate this, particularly in emerging markets. While we have seen investment into renewable projects go up over the last 20 years or so, it's still a tiny fraction, particularly in a region like Africa, of what it is globally. Would anyone like to pick up the issue of financing and access to finance, and why that is proving so difficult when it comes to the question of transition and particularly renewable projects? Harold, I saw your hand first. We'll start with you, and then I'll just open it up to anyone else who wants to come in.
I think the biggest challenge for investors is, when do you get to FID? How long is it going to take? What is the viability of the project? And I think in Canada, at least, the government of Canada itself is having to step in and take some of the initial risk. And I think that's going to become more prominent in the future as we go through energy transition. National infrastructure is something that I think should be supported by the country as a whole, and I think we're going to see that happen into the future. We need to be smarter with the money that government has. We need to be in a position, in our case in Canada, where First Nation communities have access to long-term funding arrangements. They're very similar to your kind of SMEs. We need to be in a position where we can, and we've established that through the Finance Authority that you'll hear about tomorrow. They've successfully raised over $3 billion at very, very competitive rates. And so we're moving into that area. The other thing that you should realize too, in Canada, we're already in business. We're not startups here anymore. We're investing in billion-dollar organizations today. And now we're in a position where we're going to be called upon through our duty to consult and accommodate, to be participants in many more major developments that are going to occur. The Trans Mountain Pipeline that I was a member of the board of cost $34 billion to build. To give you an idea of economic participation, $6 billion of that were contracts let to First Nations to undertake some of the work. Financing, insurance, bonding were all issues that our communities faced in trying to take advantage of those opportunities. And now that Canada is going to support equity participation in that pipeline. Canada has guaranteed in their budgets, now they're up to $10 billion in loan guarantees available to First Nations. The provinces of Ontario, Alberta, and British Columbia have their own loan guarantee programs. So when you come to Canada and you want to do business, you're going to find the Indigenous communities a part of that, but it will not add to the cost of you doing the project. What we're all in support of is removing the regulatory impediments to get to FID. It took 16 years for the Trans Mountain Pipeline to get a permit. Who hangs around for that length of time investing money? So change has got to come from that environment. Thank you.
So I find that there is financing, but you find out that the financing goes to like the bigger projects. So for instance, if you have like a startup company who is looking to invest in clean energy or renewables, they don't know where to go to get financing. So they're probably dependent on HNIs or large corporates who have decided that they want to collaborate on renewable projects. I kind of think that in economies like mine, we need to have like some form of information hub whereby you can tell different cadres of companies that for this type of projects or maybe this size of project, these are the kind of institutions you can go to. And in order to be able to access this kind of the funding that you require, this is how you need to be. Someone used the term investment ready earlier on today. This is what you need to do to be investment ready. So I think that if people know what is available out there, they know how to scale their projects, they know how to structure their businesses such that they're able to attract funding irrespective of the size of the investment. So that's what there is capital, but people don't really quite know, how do I actually get this capital? That needs to be something that is discussed and something that people need education on as well, even as they go into this project.
Yeah, just a couple of quick follow-ups. One, ballpark figures, what would you class as a large-scale energy project, and what would you class as a sort of small-scale?
So we've seen projects whereby we've had people who want to invest in renewables needing as little as $200,000, and they're not able to raise $200,000 because the person wants a quick return on their investment, the capital is not patient, and they don't quite see what it's in it for them. So for people that are trying to, like we have a project that we collaborated on where the guy was trying to provide solar-powered cooking stoves and lighting to rural communities. And for him to raise as little as $200,000 seemed to be like a Herculean task. So for projects like that that are actually impacting rural communities positively, where do they go to? How do they structure their businesses? And then you find out that people also want, so that's what I'm saying, so that's a small project, but you'll find out that people want to come together or club together to fund maybe $1 million, $2 million energy type projects. Meanwhile, there's smaller projects that exist that will have the kind of impact that we want to see, but capital is not getting to those people.
Right, okay, so you would say $1 million upwards is like a larger type project? I was thinking...
I would say like 2 million, 3 million.
Right, because when you said large scale, I was thinking, billion plus or something like that. No. Right, okay. Any other sort of initial thoughts on this? Let's bring in Tom and then...
I just wanted to say something on what you said right at the beginning of your wind-up about so many, particularly smaller nations, so many communities who have no access to energy at all. And the fact is, for these nations and states to grow, they need access to plentiful and cheap energy. That is the key. So how to get it? Now, One of the ways of doing it is to provide some kind of stability in terms of guarantees to investors. And investors facing with particularly smaller emerging countries, political instability, regulatory uncertainty, currency fluctuations, and so on. And one of the ways of mitigating these things, because otherwise investors get scared and they don't come forward, but one of them is to use all sorts of financial products, sophisticated financial products, including insurance. You can see it in the construction industry, in the political risks industry, of projects being able to go ahead because they have bought insurance cover. And one of the other aspects of this whole thing, which is interesting, and somebody mentioned patient capital a moment ago, is that increasingly there are products, financial products being designed to be for the long term. You see in the private equity world plenty of 10, 15-year type policies going on, the kind of investment returns that are required for large-scale products, and I'm thinking higher than perhaps $2 or $3 million, but perhaps not quite as high as 1 or 2 billion. So there is scope there. There is opportunity for partnerships to be created between different states and different industries, and obviously within the Commonwealth, looking to provide that finance to provide long-term stability and energy growth.
I think the two key points there. One is, and you sort of circled the term risk, right? And we know that there's a risk premium depending on where you are in the world. Certainly in Africa, there's a very high risk premium where projects are often sort of subjected to inflated risk perception, and de-risking is of course a key element, but also long-term finance, crucial particularly in a field like energy, right? You can't do 3 to 5 years, flip it, and do an exit, not realistically anyway. Rick, any thoughts on the finance bit?
Well, Taiwo and Tom touched on very good points. The sort of financing the small projects is really, really difficult. And capital, like water, it flows downhill. And the more obstacles in its way, the less it's going to flow to the project. And we've got to remember energy, in order to make it affordable, it needs the tariff that people pay needs to be as low as possible, in which case you need the lowest cost of capital. And it goes to your point, Lani, about the longest tenor of debt, the cheapest form of capital available. And those things aren't working together for the small, medium-sized projects. If you've got a large utility-scale project of $50, $100 million with a sovereign guarantee, you're going to get that financed any day of the week. No problem where you are. You know, you'll find money for that. Below that, it's so difficult because, and I think the problem isn't access to capital. It's the capital providers are not making this form of capital available today. I think we need a real rethink of the financial model that we have currently in place. Yes, you've got equity funds raising money and deploying capital, but it's energy transition isn't going to deliver 25% IRRs. It's going to deliver 8, 9, 10% IRRs if the ultimate aim is to reduce the cost of power to people who need it. And I think we're sort of at that inflection point where we know these issues are here, but the capital is still, it's too set in its ways. We need to find, as this sort of metaphor of letting it flow a little bit more easily to the smaller projects.
What does that kind of financial model look like?
It's a blend of equity. Because every project has risk, no doubt about it. If you're doing a solar project in Germany, it's still got risk. But there's a lot of, I don't know, as financiers, I'm an ex-financier, there are a lot of perceived risks that come on board right at the front. And I think we need to sort of start creating a bit more transparency. People need to share more information about it.
That lend to individuals or communities up to $5 million. So that allows them to participate at that level. We're working on an initiative to create an additional finance organization very similar to a development bank that would go up to $100 million. Then beyond that, we'd look to federal loan guarantees. Once these income streams are stabilized, it would all be taken out by Ernie and the First Nation Finance Authority and replenished back into the system again. These are the kinds of steps that I think need to be taken for some of these projects to proceed. Is how do you address the issues of capital? How do you get the benefits from the transition flowing into communities in a more broader sense? You need to be able to provide employment opportunities for the transition that's going to occur. We talk about the transition, but we also can't forget about the trillions of dollars in assets that are currently in play in fossil fuels, and how do you minimize the impact of not stranding those assets, but ensuring that there is a transition period that's going to take place. We need to think of how long it's going to take. I've received advice on the boards that I sit on that fossil fuels are here for another 40 to 50 years. There's no way we're going to be able to meet demand without including fossil fuels in the mix. In the meantime, we need to incent through whatever means, taxes is part of it, the development of fossil fuels, or a move away from fossil fuels. And we have a plethora in Canada of initiatives underway. I'm driving by hydro stations, or hydrogen stations. I'm driving by Tesla charging stations. What are we going to do? Where does industry want to go? What is the investment community want to invest in? Where's the winner here? And I think we need to continue to invest, because I think that technology that will get us to the end line hasn't been invented yet.
Yeah. And I'd certainly like to take up something and reinforce really what Rick said, and in fact you said earlier on, about risk and de-risking, because finance in the end relies on a perception of the risk to be able to work out the prospective return, and without return there is no funding, except obviously from government funding, and government doesn't necessarily want to spend that money. They are looking for third-party capital to come in and help. So when we heard about the idea of blended capital or partnership, which we used to call it partnerships, blended capital is an attempt to try and find different sources of capital from different places, including the financial sector, which I mentioned earlier on, and insurance, doing slightly different things, but adding up to the whole theory of transition of energy out to 2030 or to 2050, then they're going to have to wake up very, very soon, because all the leading indicators demonstrate that we are going to miss the targets. And that's why I said right at the beginning, reality is a very, very important thing. Not so as to be pessimistic or to depress people about climate change. We all know that there is a generation of people who care passionately about the issues that are thrown up by climate change, but we're not going to solve them by wishful thinking. We can only solve them by being realistic about making the right decisions now for the long term.
Anyone else?
And policymakers have a duty to be incredibly realistic about their ambitions and make sure that when they say, we're going to deliver this, they actually do it, because otherwise you really do devalue that whole message. However, I'm just seeing some, looking at the Caribbean, I think there are 11 Caribbean nations part of the Commonwealth. They installed 0.5 gigawatt of renewable energy between 2022 and 2023. And that's across the whole Caribbean region. Germany did 14 times that. And China, in that year alone, did 140 times that amount alone. So the Caribbean is, as a sort of microcosm of the Commonwealth, it is playing its part, but it's just not going fast enough. And I think that, and if you look at their policies, they'll all say 50% renewable energy by 2030, 2040. And that's creating a problem. And I think now's the time to really address that sort of chasm between ambition and implementation, and really focus on that implementation bit. And that
Just a quick follow-up on that. What would you point to as the reasons for that sort of gap in terms of the pace of the deployment of projects? Is it not enough projects? Is it not enough finance? Is it not enough bank?
To be able to see where the project can begin operations. I think that those are the biggest impediments that we see today. I think the other thing is we are all driven by public opinion. And there was some really good conversation this morning about education. And I think that's another area where we need to
We're sustainable for the future. And sometimes it's just education. You know, there were some initiatives where it was just as simple as changing the lighting in our offices to LED lighting, which is more energy efficient. We also looked at logistics of our personnel in terms of how they got to work. And then we decided that, okay, we'll be providing some means of transportation for them so that we have fewer people on the road burning gas, you know. So it's the little things. So we can achieve these objectives without thinking about the million or billion-dollar projects, but still know that we're contributing towards climate change and improving the lives of people who live in the communities in which we live in. We have a training facility just outside of Lagos, whereby what we've done recently is we've installed a 400 kVA solar microgrid. And what it's going to do is reduce our dependence on diesel by 80%. So we're not going to go fully solar at 100%, but we're reducing emissions. So I think it's for organizations to kind of think about, yes, we have this big goal, but what are the little things we can do in our day-to-day to help us achieve that goal, recognizing that in our environment, we fully cannot go 100% renewable or 100% green energy, but there are things we can do to sort of improve the society in which we live in. So that's my take.
All right, we've got about just over 15 minutes left. I want to sort of change the theme a little bit here and pick up the question of technology. Because technology and technological change is as relevant when it comes to the question of energy as it is to AI and whatever other sector you might be talking about. And I'm a layperson when it comes to this, but my understanding is that the technology has advanced quite substantively over the last 10, 15 years in particular when it comes to renewables, the ability of renewables to, you know, to sort of slowly start to hopefully eventually replace, you know, your conventional grid. Is that part, I mean, it has to be part, kind of a rhetorical question, but how does technology and technological advancement help to scale up the, you know, the energy transition throughout the Commonwealth, be it developed markets or developing and emerging economies? Any thoughts on that one?
Well, I mean, a bit like you, I'm a layman on this, but over the last 30 years, an increased use of nuclear power improved by technology making it less expensive and more safe and more controllable. So these are areas where technology definitely makes a difference, and in using the hydrocarbons that we have left more efficiently than we've been able to do in the past.
We talk about scaling up, but I think we also need to be able to encourage investment in existing infrastructure that is more efficient. You know, we don't need to run this infrastructure down to the point where it can't be operated anymore. Where there's new technology that supports a lower power consumption, we need to encourage people to make those kinds of investments. And that goes into government tax policy, in my view. So I think that would be a help. But I agree that alternatives are going to have to be pursued. And I know nuclear power, nobody likes to talk about it, but I think it's going to be one of the solutions that bridges the gap to help us achieve the 2030, 2050 goals.
Yeah, I mean, there's a country not too far from here, just across the channel, that uses quite a lot of nuclear power, and you know, it's working pretty well from what I can tell. And then you have places like Germany that have sort of gone in the other direction, but let's not go down that rabbit hole. Any other thoughts on technology? I mean, on the issue of this isn't happening fast enough, could we could we sort of reach a point where there are technological breakthroughs that, that kind of negate a lot of what we're talking about right now? Impossible to predict. But is there the potential for something like that to happen down the road?
Yeah, I think just going back to your point of technology, I mean, the advances are just huge, and the cost is coming down. Whether it's plateaued or not on the solar side remains to be seen with the tariffs. But I think, I think just zooming out of technology, I think if we look at a balanced grid, it's got a bit of gas, got some nuclear, it's got wind, it's got solar. If it's lucky enough, it's got geothermal and hydro. There's technology in each and every one of those different generation technologies. And I think we need to sort of start thinking of a country's generation system and transmission as a whole. And instead of having technologies compete this country, I'm only going to do solar, I'm not going to do wind. If the conditions are right, it should be, all technologies should be embraced, because it gives you diversification, it reduces dependency on a single source, and it also creates jobs. And the sort of technology, the energy transition isn't just really about the electrons, it's about that sort of path where economies change for the better, because by creating green jobs, you're creating more jobs in that island, for example. You're sustaining sustainable tourism, you're driving sustainable development. The cheaper the power, the cheaper the source. And technology has a huge role to play, absolutely.
To paraphrase that, you need to be systemic about it and have a sort of systemic view or an understanding of how this comes together. Is that,
correct,
is that a fair comment?
Yeah.
Taiwa, any thoughts? No? Okay, we have just over 10 minutes left, and I'm well aware that we are now sitting between you and alcoholic beverages. But I want to do one more round, but now I want to sort of try, to the extent that we can, look ahead. I'm not going to ask you for predictions, but what I would like to get some perspectives on is, in the context of this question of scaling up and the need to scale up, what kind of needs to happen, or what would you like to see happen? And let me try and put a realistic time frame on this, not in the next 12 months, but let's say over the next decade. What would you like to see happen? Where are the priorities in terms of what can and should be done to scale up the energy transition across the Commonwealth? And if you had a magic lamp, what would your wish be in terms of what happens over the next decade? Harold.
In Canada, we need national corridors for infrastructure, so that the political processes to get from A to B aren't as severe. And I think we need to invest in infrastructure. Through every economic downturn that I've lived through, governments have always invested in infrastructure for the benefit. I was part of Partnerships British Columbia with P3 initiative that built $14 billion of infrastructure leading up to the Olympics in Vancouver in 2010. Boy, we cut through red tape to get all that done, and money was not an object. We have to have that same kind of mentality. Government can move when government wants to move. Government has to be incented to move, and I think that the electorate can do that.
And when you say infrastructure, is that across the board or specifically power infrastructure?
It's infrastructure of every form. We've got huge strategic metals in Northern Ontario, but there isn't a road up there. There's no power up there for the mines that exist today. So the kinds of infrastructure that not only support a green energy initiative, but also support building of an economy in northern regions where they don't have the tools to be able to do so today. I think you have to look at that perspective of it as well.
And the critical minerals piece is not one we've really discussed today, but don't underestimate the importance of those minerals to this whole question of energy transition. And You're right, a lot of it at the moment is in China and in Russia, but there's a fair bit across Africa as well, but it does need that infrastructure. So I would echo that from an African standpoint.
So we have frameworks in Nigeria for infrastructure and green bonds or funds. But I think where we kind of slow down is in the execution and the implementation and the projects in which to put these funds into. So we have all these policies and frameworks. So I would like to see a bit more collaboration between the government and private investors, and even the DFIs and the multilateral organizations come in and actually execute projects which are out there for the success of the communities that we live in, and not just necessarily in the urban areas, also in the rural areas, and also educating the people who work there or who live in those communities about the importance of the energy efficiency. That it's not just a buzz conversation, it's actually will improve their lives long term. And it will also help employers as well, because you'll find out that for the younger generation to even want to work with you, they want to see what you're doing sustainably, you know. It's encouraging to them. So some people don't want to work for companies that are just maybe investing solely in fossil fuels or gas. They also want to show that, they also want you to see that there's a green or a clean aspect to your business as well. So to encourage the young people to come into the workforce, I would like to see more collaboration in the private sector as well.
Answer's twofold. In South Africa, we're helping design the energy one-stop shop, which is effectively a system for government and municipalities to effectively streamline all the processes for the permitting and authorizations of clean energy projects. And that's due to come on stream next year. And if that works, that will be a template for a lot of different countries around the world, especially in the Commonwealth, where all these different processes that people have to sort of navigate around, there's costs and time delays, it will be in one place, all done electronically, and that will really reduce the amount of time between idea and implementation. I think that is definitely something I want to see happen across the board. And in the Eastern Caribbean, just embrace as many new technologies as possible, reduce barriers, get these projects done. To Taiwo's point, they're small, but they're incredibly impactful because they really determine where that country goes. Mm.
Yeah, just very quickly on South Africa, it's kind of an interesting place because they've actually had quite successful tenders when it comes to renewables and solar, quite large tenders over the last few years. My understanding is they're now at a point where the only thing holding it up is the transmission grid, where it's there's no lack of interest in actually doing renewables projects. Just to kind of reiterate the point that came up earlier, one, you need to have a systemic perspective on this, and you cannot discount the importance of transmission when it comes to the question of power. Often, and this is very frustrating, the issue isn't generating capacity, it's the lack of ability to actually get that electricity to the people who need to consume it. Sorry, Tom.
Well, you set us the most difficult challenge, but it is a challenge which I think everybody's come up to without forecasting the future. But we are meeting with an extraordinary economic global background I can't remember how long ago it is, but certainly the best part of 100 years of relative economic stability. Yet now we're faced with collapsing markets in the United States, in Europe, in Asia, and so on. And this is a real challenge because capital thrives on predictability and certainty. And while I think what's happening in South Africa is really interesting and is a sign of what can be achieved. And some of the things that we've discussed, the use of greater technology, all of that will come in the future. But the prize is enormous. If you get this right, you get growth in emerging countries, you get better and greater political stability, more projects get funded, you provide jobs for so many people that require them, and it's a virtuous cycle of long-term productive growth leading to prosperity and greater wealth. And I think that in the end, that is what we're all after.
I couldn't have put it any better myself. I do have to wrap up, unfortunately, so I do have to, unfortunately, add to that. I'm glad that you ended it on that sort of, uplifting note, because I think this has been quite a realistic conversation this afternoon, and I know it's the late afternoon, and if you're feeling a little bit disheartened after that, I hope Tom's comments have lifted you a little bit. But this isn't easy, and the question of transitioning, it's not simple. You can't, pardon the pun, flick a switch and it's a done deal. It's a process, and it's a complicated, difficult process, as I hope we have been able to articulate today. And if you are feeling slightly depressed after that, don't worry. Alcohol is just outside that door. So you're not far from a pick-me-up. Anyway, look, huge topic. It's going to be around for a long time. Hopefully some food for thought in that. Please join me in thanking the panel for an excellent discussion. And on that note, that concludes day one of CTIS 2025. The only thing left to do is to enjoy yourselves in the reception, which is taking place just outside that door. Thank you so much for everyone who's stuck around until the very end of the day. Thank you.